Chapter 1269. Lin Wufang and the others didn't say anything, because they knew that Chu Mu would respond. Sure enough, Chu Mu's eyes became extremely sharp, as if two peerless swords had been unsheathed. They pierced through the void and aimed directly at Qin Zhenyu's eyes. Qin Zhenyu's eyes were also as sharp as swords. Their gazes collided in the void. "Tell me why you've come." Chu Mu opened his mouth, and his tone was very calm. Chu Mu's answer was completely out of everyone's expectations. Whether it was Lin Wufang and the others or Qin Zhenyu, they all thought that Chu Mu's reaction would be fierce, and his answer would also be sharp and fierce. However, Chu Mu gave an answer that was beyond their imagination. Immediately, Lin Wufang and the others thought about it and felt that there was more to it. Qin Zhenyu's pupils shrank slightly, but Chu Mu caught it. Immediately, a strange smile appeared on his face. He said slowly, very smart, "You're qualified to be my sword attendant. However, this is not the most important thing today. The most important thing is that my junior brother Qin has some doubts about you representing the night darkness galaxy to compete with the geniuses of other galaxies." Lin Wufang and the others only reacted when they heard this. This was probably the main purpose of Qin Zhenyu's visit. If Chen Gang had come to challenge Chu Mu himself, Chu Mu could have refused or even ignored him. After all, Chen Gang had been defeated by Bei Qinlai's sword in the celestial realm, and Bei Qinlai had admitted defeat under Chu Mu's sword. The result was clear. However, the fact that Qin Zhenyu brought Chen Gang here and said these words had a different meaning. Because of Qin Zhenyu's identity, as the only disciple of the Dark Knight Emperor, he could not be underestimated or treated lightly. Since Qin Zhenyu had spoken, Lin Wufang and the others couldn't interfere. If Chu Mu refused, it would be tantamount to offending Qin Zhenyu, the successor of a great emperor. To a certain extent, it would indirectly offend a great emperor. Chu Mu, on the other hand, was wondering why Qin Zhenyu would bring Chen Gang here to do such a thing. The Dark Knight Emperor was a member of the Dark Knight sword sect. Since Qin Zhenyu was the Dark Knight Emperor's successor, he naturally belonged to the Dark Knight sword sect as well. However, his status was definitely above Chen Gang's. Unless Qin Zhenyu was a good friend of Chen Gang and was standing up for him, there must be another conspiracy. That's right. Qin Zhenyu purposely came here to suppress Chu Mu because of the Night Emperor's careless words. However, he himself was over 100 years old, his cultivation was at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, and he was the successor of a martial monarch. All these factors made it difficult for him to deal with Chu Mu directly. On the other hand, after Chen Gang was defeated this time, he felt ashamed and gained courage. He had made a breakthrough, and his strength had improved slightly. Qin Zhenyu had watched every battle. In the battle between Chen Gang and Bei Qinlai, Chen Gang had lost by a small margin. If they fought again, Chen Gang might not necessarily lose, but Bei Qinlai might lose. In the battle between Bei Qinlai and Chu Mu, Bei Qinlai had admitted defeat. However, they hadn't been in peak condition during the battle. Therefore, it was hard to say who was stronger in this battle. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win the battle between Chen Gang and Chu Mu. If Chen Gang won, it would be like slapping Chu Mu's face and the 5 Elements sword sect's face. If Chen Gang lost, it would be normal because Chu Mu was the winner of the battle of the celestial boundary. Qin Zhenyu looked at Chu Mu calmly, waiting for Chu Mu's reply. He felt that Chu Mu wouldn't refuse, nor would he dare to refuse. "Is this your idea?" Chu Mu ignored Qin Zhenyu. His sharp gaze swept over Chen Gang. He didn't know why, but it made Chen Gang's heart jump. That's right. Chen Gang's eyes were bloodshot. He calmed down and replied coldly, "As the loser, do you think you're qualified to do that?" Chu Mu's rhetorical question was like a sharp sword that pierced straight through Chen Gang's heart. Suddenly contracting, Chen Gang's pupils trembled and his face changed. A wave of baleful aura emanated from his body. Chungang was extremely unwilling to accept his defeat in the battle of the celestial boundary. He faintly felt that it was a disgrace. Now that Chumu had brought it up, his anger was about to erupt. Chumu, I don't think you're qualified to represent the Night Nether Galaxy. Chungang's tone was filled with resentment. You'll be representing the Night Nether Galaxy in the third stage of the Battle of the Heavenly Genius List. You can't be careless. If you're not strong enough, you'll only be a joke, Qin Zhenyu said indifferently. Qin Zhenyu faintly spoke, standing on Chungang's side. His purpose was to force Chumu to fight against Chungang. Chumu, do you dare to fight against me? If you don't, admit it and give up your spot, Chungang taunted. If I don't fight against you, I'll have to give up my spot. If I lose, I'll also have to give up my spot. But if I win, what price do you have to pay? Chumu wasn't angry at all. He calmly countered. If you win, it means you're qualified. Chungang's words caused the others to sneer. Such a method was the same as someone who only wanted to gain without paying a price. How shameless! If you defeat Chungang, we'll use the name of the Night Sword Sect to acknowledge you as the #1 genius of the Night Nether Galaxy. The other geniuses of the Night Nether Galaxy won't be able to challenge you. You'll be qualified to represent the Night Nether Galaxy. Qin Zhenyu continued. If not, what awaits you will be endless challenges. Not enough. Chumu shook his head. He could fight against Chungang, but the conditions had to satisfy him first. What Qin Zhenyu said wasn't attractive at all. Then what else do you want? Qin Zhenyu asked. What can you take out? Chumu countered. Chungang felt extremely sullen. What? You don't even want to give me face? Qin Zhenyu was infuriated. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, slicing Chumu's face. His tone turned cold as well. Sir Qin, Chumu has already obtained the first place in the astral realm. This is the truth. Since you want to challenge him and use the spot of the third stage of the Heavenly Genius Rankings as a wager, you should pay a corresponding price, Lin Wufang said impolitely. He personally came to receive Qin Zhenyu because of the Dark Knight Emperor. If Qin Zhenyu wasn't the successor of the Dark Knight Sword Sect, even if he was the son of the Dark Knight Sword sect leader, he wouldn't have bothered. However, it was one thing to give face to the Dark Knight Emperor. After all, he was the sect leader of an Overlord-class sect. Although his strength wasn't as strong as the Dark Knight Emperor, he was still an expert and a reputable figure. The successor of the Dark Knight Emperor was worthy of his respect, but it wasn't to the extent of flattery. Even if the other party was a Dark Knight Emperor, he still had the dignity of a sect leader. Chumu was now the living signboard of the 5 Elemental Sword Sect. He was the sect protecting treasure of the 5 Elemental Sword Sect. No matter whether Chumu was able to enter the Heavenly Azure ranking in the end, or what his ranking was on the Heavenly Azure ranking, it didn't change the fact that he was in the limelight. No matter how arrogant Qin Zhenyu was, he knew that he couldn't make a sect leader yield. His face was a little gloomy and his eyes were shining. No one knew what he was thinking. If there aren't any conditions that I'm satisfied with, I won't keep you company. Chumu didn't want to waste time here. Wait a minute. If you win, apart from the above conditions, this item will be yours. Qin Zhenyu flipped his palm and a fist-sized crystal appeared. This crystal was transparent and silver. It looked like a silver crystal with an irregular shape. There were many mirror surfaces on it, and every mirror surface was smooth and flat. It was so transparent that one could see the inside clearly. When one looked through it, it seemed like it could reflect light. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that this irregular crystal was emitting a wisp of ethereal aura. It was an aura that Chumu felt was very familiar and comfortable. Spatial law energy crystal. Lin Wufang was shocked. The power of heaven and earth was divided into laws and laws. When the power of heaven and earth was condensed, it would form a crystal. When the power of heaven and earth was condensed, it would also form a crystal. However, the crystals formed by the power of heaven and earth were very rare. This was because there were two ways to form this kind of energy. The first way was to form it naturally, which was to form it in a place where the energy was especially rich. After many years, it would gather little by little until it finally formed a line. As time passed, it would gradually become purer and purer. It was a natural crystal. The other way was for experts who were proficient in a certain kind of energy to use their own means to forcibly condense it into a crystal. It was a man-made crystal. There wasn't much difference between natural and man-made crystals, but no matter which way it was very difficult. Natural formation required an excellent environment and a long time, while man-made formation required an expert who was proficient in a certain kind of energy and had the help of a suitable environment and time to condense it. This expert wasn't an ordinary expert. Ordinary saint-level experts wouldn't be able to do it at all. At the very least, it required a high-level saint-level expert to have this ability. Of course, mid-level saint-level experts also had this ability, but it was very difficult and would take a longer time. Moreover, it would cause some damage to oneself. They wouldn't do such a thing at all. It wasn't hard to imagine how precious a piece of law force crystal was, especially a spatial law force crystal, which was several times more precious than ordinary law force crystals. This was because spatial law force was more profound and harder to comprehend and grasp than other law forces. The spatial law energy crystal in Qin Genyu's hand might have been given to him by Emperor Yiming, or he might have obtained it by chance. No matter which it was, in short, he offered it as a condition, and Chu-Mu was moved. If he could obtain this spatial law energy crystal and refine it, his control of the spatial law energy would obviously improve in a short period of time. If it was used in the cultivation of the spatial law energy, it would also be of obvious help. Looking away from the spatial law energy crystal in Qin Genyu's hand, Chu-Mu's eyes became sharper. Chapter 1270. Chu-Mu, are you confident? Lin Wufang's voice sounded directly in his ears. After all, the stakes were high this time, so he couldn't help but worry. Qin Genyu and Chun Gang seemed to have come prepared and couldn't be underestimated. Don't worry, Sect Master, Chu-Mu said. He didn't use all his strength in the battle in the celestial realm. In that case, Sect Master Lin, please be the witness. I think you won't be biased, Qin Genyu said directly. The battle between Chu-Mu and Qin Gang was arranged to take place in a spacious area on the main peak. Sect Master Lin Wufang, the 3 deputy sect masters, and the elders were all present. Qin Genyu and Qin Gang also flew over. Since you want to fight, you should fight with all your strength. Qin Genyu said again, if you fight with all your strength, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. To avoid unnecessary disputes, both of you should sign this life and death agreement. Qin Genyu's move showed that he had indeed come prepared. Qin Gang took the life and death agreement without hesitation, signed his name, and then threw it to Chu-Mu. Chu-Mu took it and looked at it carefully. There was nothing wrong with it, so he also signed his name. There was one life and death agreement for each person. Lin Wufang and the others were a little worried. You're dead. Qin Gang's lips moved slightly, and his voice passed through the air and directly into Chu-Mu's ears. It was full of coldness, and there was a sense of success in his scheme. Without giving Chu-Mu a chance to refute, Qin Gang took out his sword, and an astonishing evil spirit rose into the sky like thick smoke and spread out like a raging storm. With a roar, the red sword slashed down, and Qin Gang became one with the sword. In an instant he appeared in front of Chu-Mu and slashed down heavily. Qin Gang's eyes were filled with blood, and he waved the sky sword in his hand. The sharp tip of the sword, as if it could pierce through everything, appeared in front of Qin Gang's eyes and approached him directly. Qin Gang's pupils shrank instantly, and he hurriedly used his footwork to dodge. The sword slashed down from the side. Chu-Mu's figure was directly engulfed by the bloody wind and rain. A strong wind blew, and lightning flashed. tearing apart the bloody light. Chu Mu's sword counterattacked coldly. Chun Gang's cultivation was at the early stage of the third sky of Nirvana realm, which was 2 heavens higher than Chu Mu's. However, he was a chi refining swordsman and not a body refining swordsman. In terms of close combat strength, he was actually no better than Chu Mu. Chun Gang continued to use his sword techniques to attack. He seemed to know that he was inferior to Chu Mu in terms of basic sword techniques, so he used all the sword techniques he had learned before. Every move he made increased the might of his attacks. However, no matter how he used his sword technique, Chu Mu was always able to block and counterattack. Chun Gang's strength was formidable, but Chu Mu was also unruffled. As expected, it is very difficult to defeat or even kill him with my current strength. After attacking for a long time without success and exhausting 30% of his strength, a strange look flashed across Chun Gang's eyes as he muttered to himself. Soon after, his eyes became even more vicious as he crushed the insane, demon blood-breaking pill that he had swallowed earlier and wrapped in his sword yuan. The medicinal efficacy immediately spread. Chun Gang's skin quickly turned red and his temperature rose rapidly. This was caused by the accelerated blood flow in his body by several times. The acceleration of his blood flow caused Chun Gang's entire body to be filled with powerful energy. A wild and violent aura spread out from his body, with traces of a crazy and demonic aura mixed within. The insane demon breakthrough pill had increased Chun Gang's physical strength by several times. Moreover, it contained a terrifying power. It was as if he didn't know fatigue. He attacked crazily, as if he had turned into a crazy demon. A cold smile hung on the corner of Qin Genyu's mouth. The insane demon breakthrough pill was what he had given to Chun Gang. After absorbing it, it could accelerate the blood flow by several times for a certain period of time. It would increase one's strength and strength by a lot. Moreover, one would not know pain or fatigue. Once injured, one would be able to quickly recover. The price was overdrawing a part of one's life force. After the pill's efficacy passed, the person would become weak and would need to recuperate for a period of time. However, there were other pills that could speed up one's recovery. As long as Chun Gang could successfully kill Chu Mu, Qin Genyu would allow Chun Gang to recover in a short time. Chu Mu felt that the strength and speed of Chun Gang's attacks had greatly increased. They were extremely violent. Moreover, each of his sword strikes contained a strange and tricky cold power. Every time the 2 swords collided, they would attack and penetrate into his body to destroy it. However, every time Chu Mu used the power of vibration to shatter them, Chun Gang's sudden change surprised Chu Mu. However, he did not think that it was because of the pill. He thought that Chun Gang had used some kind of secret technique. Die! With a low shout, Chun Gang raised his sword. A faint silver light shot out from the blade. An astonishing sharpness spread out. That was the sharpness of the sword force. The fluctuation of the sword force showed that Chun Gang's sword force had reached the 3rd level. When he had fought with Bei Chenlai, his sword force had been at the 2nd level. After that, his sword force had broken through to the 3rd level. When he used the 3rd level sword force, the power of each of his sword strikes had increased by 4 times. It was even more tyrannical. Chun Gang used all of his strength and attacked like a madman. He wanted to kill Chu Mu with his sword. Chun Gang's murderous intent was very obvious. It also angered Chu Mu, who wanted to kill him. The imperishable sword appeared in his left hand. Chu Mu used the dual sword technique. When the 3rd level sword force was activated, a faint silver light flowed on the imperishable sword and the sky beheading sword. An astonishing sharpness spread out. 3rd level sword force. Qin Genyu and Chun Gang were shocked. When they had fought in the celestial realm, Chu Mu had only displayed the 2nd level sword force. They did not expect him to have mastered the 3rd level sword force and used 2 swords. With 2 swords in hand, Chu Mu's strength had multiplied. When the 3rd level sword force was activated, the power of each of his sword strikes had increased by 4 times. He was no weaker than Qingang. Without taking any elixirs, Chu Mu activated his qi refining and body tempering cultivation at the same time. An incomparably tyrannical power was injected into the swords. Earthquake power was used. Instantly, Chu Mu's attacks became violent. It was like a superstorm had passed through. The incomparably violent attacks forcibly suppressed Qingang's frenzied attacks. Qin Zhenyu was shocked. Lin Wufang and the others were also surprised. They had not expected that Chu Mu had not used his full strength in the battle in the celestial realm. Now he was going all out. The stronger Chu Mu was, the happier Lin Wufang and the others were. On the contrary, Qin Zhenyu's hostility towards Chu Mu was even more obvious. Qingang gritted his teeth. His eyes were red as he fought back with all his might. Chu Mu, who had activated his qi refining and body tempering cultivation at the same time, did not care about the consumption of energy. His attacks were extremely crazy and violent. It was simply impossible to resist. It made people feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Qingang wanted to kill Chu Mu. Chu Mu also wanted to kill Qingang. He did not want to be targeted by a genius. To Chu Mu, an enemy like Qingang could not be underestimated. With 2 swords in hand, the sharpness of the imperishable sword and the sky beheading sword was astonishing. Under the display of Chu Mu, all the basic sword moves were at his fingertips. They were combined to form a continuous attack. 1 or 2 powerful sword moves were mixed into a terrifying long river of sword light. It seemed to have become a sea of sword light. It surged endlessly and raged in all directions, engulfing Qingang. Qin Zhenyu's brows were slightly gloomy. He could see that Qingang was in a bad situation, but he had no intention of stopping him. In his view, Qingang was just a chess piece. It would be good if he could kill Chu Mu, but if he couldn't, then he was incompetent and deserved to die. Chu Mu attacked violently. Qingang tried his best to defend, dodge, and counterattack. He was gradually at a disadvantage. Lin Wufang and the others showed a touch of joy on their faces. As long as Chu Mu could win, it would be fine. The pressure was increasing. Qingang's face was incomparably ugly. He bit his lips until they bled. But in any case, his counterattacks were getting less and less. The speed of Chu Mu's sword was getting faster and faster. The 2 swords had completely exceeded the range of vision and the range of spiritual sense. A poochie sound entered Qingang's ears. Qingang only felt pain spreading throughout his body. He was injured. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. Qingang was inwardly furious. He gathered all his strength and burst it out madly. He ignored the injuries on his body and fought with his life on the line. Chu Mu's 2 swords opened up wounds on Qingang's body. Under the effect of the insane demon blood breakthrough pellet, the wounds healed rapidly. Qingang, on the other hand, didn't seem to feel pain as he counterattacked desperately. Qingang didn't care about his life. Chu Mu couldn't be like him. Chu Mu's attacks became even more violent. Even if Qingang counterattacked desperately, it was still suppressed by him. Fight! Fight! Qingang burst out with his ultimate skill. Blood light filled the sky. Chu Mu released the void-pierced sword chi and shattered the blood light. The sky slash sword seemed to have cut open the sky. Sword light flashed by, leaving behind a final radiance. Qingang's head was cut off and flew high up. His eyes were filled with astonishment and confusion. Sword light swooshed. Countless swords intertwined and directly cut Qinggang's body into pieces. After stopping, Chu Mu panted. His eyes were blood red as if he had gone berserk. Qin Zhenyu couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart when he saw Chu Mu looking at him. The violent attacks didn't last long. However, Chu Mu's qi refinement and body refinement energy were almost exhausted. I won. What's the bet? Chu Mu stared at Qin Zhenyu and said unhurriedly, "You're really strong." Qin Zhenyu smiled. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He threw the spatial law force crystal over. At the same time, he opened his hand and sucked Qin Gang's spatial ring away. He didn't play any tricks. I hope you can represent the night nether galaxy and get a good result, Qin Zhenyu said. I'm representing myself, Chu Mu said after catching the spatial law force crystal. Qin Zhenyu smiled and looked at Lin Wufang. Sect Master Lin, sorry to disturb you. Goodbye. After saying that, he turned and quickly left the Five Elements Sword Sect. After he turned and left, the smile on his face disappeared. His face quickly sank and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The enmity between him and Chu Mu was thus formed. Sect Master, I'll take my leave first. After putting the spatial law force crystal into his spatial ring, Chu Mu turned and said to Lin Wufang. At the same time, he bowed to the 3 deputy sect masters and the various elders. He then turned and quickly left, returning to the Zhantian Peak. I believe that Chu Mu will definitely be able to obtain a good ranking on the Heavenly Green ranking. An elder looked at Chu Mu's departing figure and laughed. The 5 Elements Sword Sect was happy. However, after the Night Sword Sect learned of Chun Gang's death, they were in an uproar. A storm was coming and a crisis was approaching. Brothers, I'd like to recommend a new book by a good friend. Here's the introduction of the book. Full Class Sword Saint. Qin Feng was the only person in the Sword Demon game who had cultivated both sword and magic to the extreme. However, his soul was accidentally possessed by the idiotic son of a down-and-out blacksmith in St. Origin Continent. How could a person who had the skills of a top-tier sword saint and magician still be an idiot who was laughed at by others? Looking at the introduction, I'm interested in reading it. If you think it's good, I'll support you. Chapter 1271. The battle between Chu Mu and Qin Gang ended with Chu Mu's victory and Qin Gang's death. The only spectators were Qin Zhenyu, the 5 Elements Sword Sect Master, Vice Sect Master, and the elders of the main peak. Therefore, the news didn't spread and no one outside knew about it. For the people of the Zhantian Peak, their peak master just went out for a walk and came back. He immediately entered the Zhantian Hall to cultivate in seclusion and declined the invitations again. There was no news about when the 3rd stage would begin and what it would be about. However, time was tight and they couldn't waste it. Lianing, the deputy leader of the Night Deep Sword Sect, took 8 elders and the first team of the Dark Knight swordsmen of the Night Deep Sword Sect, a total of 120 people, through the space gate and teleported to the nearest life planet to the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Then they boarded their own starships and hurried to the 5 Elements Sword Sect. Inside the starship, the 2 elders didn't say anything. Vice Sect Master Lianying's face was gloomy and killing. Intent flashed through his eyes from time to time. The starship flew at full speed. It was extremely fast. It flashed through the starry sky like a shooting star. It didn't slow down or change to another starship. It flew directly to the 5 Elements Sword Sect and appeared in the sky above the 5 Elements Sword Sect, triggering the restrictive formation and alarming everyone in the sect. Chu Mu, come out. Lian Ying flew out of the starship, his robe flapping in the wind. There seemed to be a fierce wind blowing around him. Countless cyclones spread out and filled the void. His voice was like a bell, rumbling and rumbling. It was like a meteor falling, resounding in the 5 Elements Sword Sect and startling countless people. The elders and the Dark Knight swordsmen also appeared and stood in the void on both sides of Lianing. Who dares to break into the 5 Elements Sword Sect and make such a ruckus? An elder shouted. Then several figures broke through the void. Several elders of the 5 Elements Sword Sect appeared in the sky, one after another, and faced Lianing and the other 2 from a distance. So it's Vice Sect Master Lian Ying of the Dark Knight Sword Sect. As a Vice Sect Master, don't you know the etiquette of a visit? The elder was surprised at first, But then he thought of something, and his tone had a hint of mockery. "Hand over Chu-Mu." It was as if Lianing did not hear the 5 elements sword sex elder's mocking words. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and his face was ice cold. A dense killing intent surrounded his body, and it was gray in color. It was like a python that was moving up and down. It was extremely terrifying. The vice sect master of the Dark Knight sword sect was a powerful saint expert. His terrifying, baleful aura was like a storm, causing the elders of the 5 elemental sword sect to feel apprehensive. The worst part was that the sword sect master, Lin Wufang, had some urgent matters to attend to, so it was impossible for him to return immediately. On the other hand, the strongest vice sect master Baiqiang, and the second strongest vice sect master Tianqing, were in closed-door cultivation. Only the third vice sect master Lotus Moon, was left behind. Deputy suzerain, he was also alarmed and appeared in the void. "Lianing, I am honored by your presence," Lotus Moon said. "Please come to the main palace for a chat." After all, they were all vice sect masters. As people of status, they had to maintain their dignity. "No need. Ask Chu-Mu to come out." Lian Ying's voice was as cold as the northern cold wind. "But I wonder why Lian Ying is looking for Chu-Mu?" Lotus Moon asked, but she had already guessed it. "What is it? You know very well." Lian Ying's voice was even colder and filled with killing intent. "Chun Gang was my only disciple. In the future, he was also a peerless genius who had the potential to become a great emperor. When he grew up, he would be the main force of the human tribe. But now he died here. He died under the sword of a member of the human tribe, and not at the hands of an alien." Although Lianing was filled with anger, when he spoke he had to stand on the moral high ground and use righteousness to oppress them. "Since Lianing has spoken, then you should know that it was Chun Gang who came here to challenge Chu-Mu and sign the life and death agreement." Lotus Moon refuted directly. "At that time, our sect master, 3 vice sect masters, and the elders were all witnesses. Qin Zhenyu, the successor of Emperor Yeming, was a direct participant. He brought Chun Gang here, and he was also the one who signed the life and death agreement. Young Master Qin is now in seclusion." Lian Ying's voice was still cold. "I don't know about the life and death agreement, but it's an indisputable fact that Chun Gang was killed by Chu-Mu. The murderer must pay with his life. Lianing, according to what you said, Chun Gang had the potential to become the main force of the human tribe. Then I can tell you with certainty that Chu-Mu's talent is above Chun Gang's. In the future, his achievements will not be something that Chun Gang can compare with." Lotus Moon's expression turned cold, and a powerful aura spread out from her body. "Compared to Chun Gang, Chu-Mu is more outstanding. If you want to deal with him, do you want to destroy our human tribe's talented juniors?" A sharp question was also asked from the perspective of righteousness. Lian Ying's expression changed, and then he became ruthless. "No matter what you say, you must hand over Chu-Mu today or else." Lian Ying's eyes were dark, as if he was staring at his prey, chilling people's hearts. "Even if it means starting a war between the 2 sects, I won't let this go." Lian Ying, the vice sect master, was about to lose his head in anger, and said such words. Chun Gang was his only disciple, and he was very satisfied with his talent. He had also put in a lot of effort to cultivate him, so that he could become his successor in the future, and even surpass him. But now Chun Gang was dead, killed by Chu-Mu. All of a sudden, it was as if his hope was cut off, and his efforts were cut off. When he learned of Chun Gang's death, he almost went crazy. The sword technique that Lianing practiced was the same as Chun Gang's. In other words, Chun Gang's sword techniques and so on were inherited from Lianing and had a greater impact on his temperament. As soon as Lian Ying's words came out, the faces of the vice sect master Hiyu and the other elders changed greatly. A war between the two sects? That was a big deal. A big deal that was absolutely not allowed because once the two sects fought, it was bound to cause a lot of casualties and imperceptibly weaken the human tribe's battle strength. That was not all. These two sects were dominator and overlord level forces. Once they fought, the impact would be great, and it would affect the entire galaxy, causing huge losses. Wars between sects were often forbidden, but if Lian Ying disregarded everything, it could still be triggered. After all, the five-element sword sect was not a coward and would not sit still and wait for death. But now, after hearing Lian Ying's tone and looking at his expression, the 8 elders and the 120 Dark Knight sword guards, everyone's heart sank. There were 120 Dark Knight sword guards. Each and every one of them was clad in black armor. Each and every one of them looked cold and indifferent. Their eyes were sharp, as if nothing could distract them. This was a battle-hardened army. They were very frightening sword guards. Their swords were stained with blood. Overlord-level forces often had their own sword guards, which were the foundation of the force's defense. The Five Elements sword sect had one of the 5 direction sword guards. But the Dark Knight sword sect's Dark Knight sword sect was famous in the galaxy and was stronger than the 5 direction sword guards. Each of the Dark Knight sword guards carried a murderous aura that seemed to freeze the space. When the 120 Dark Knight sword guards lined up, it had a great impact on the surroundings. Dark clouds hung overhead, and a storm was coming. The elders did not say anything, but waited for the Vice Sect Master Hiyu's decision. The Vice Sect Master Hiyu, Xiaomei, frowned. The situation was very tricky, and if it was not handled well, they might be sinned. Lian Ying had lost his mind and had no scruples, but she could not. She decided to call out the other 2 Vice Sect Masters, especially Vice Sect Master Baiqiang. However, she had another concern in her heart. Lian Ying's cultivation was profound, and his strength was tyrannical. Even Vice Sect Master Baiqiang might not be his opponent. If Lian Ying really took action, the 8 Dark Knight sword sect elders and the 120 Dark Knight sword guards would cause enough damage to the 5 Elements sword sect. Vice Sect Master Baiqiang and Vice Sect Master Tianhang immediately came out of seclusion after receiving Hiyu's notice, but they were still one step too late. Lian Ying had already taken action and ordered the 8 elders to delay Hiyu and the 5 Elements sword sect elders. The 120 Dark Knight sword guards also delayed the 5 direction sword guards, while he himself rushed towards the Zhentian mountain. With the power of his spirit sense, he could indeed sweep across the entire 5 Elements sword sect and naturally find Chumu, who was in seclusion. Not good, stop him. Vice Sect Master Hiyu's face suddenly changed and immediately used her movement technique to chase after Lian Ying while shouting. She wanted to stop Lian Ying, but a figure flashed in front of her, and an elder of the Dark Knight sword sect blocked her path. Get lost! Vice Sect Master Hiyu's power erupted, and her sword was like a meteorite and contained a refreshing feeling. This elder of the Dark Knight sword sect was also not weak. Although his strength was not as good as Hiyu's, he still managed to block Hiyu's sword with all his strength, causing her to miss the best opportunity to stop Lian Ying. The elders of the 5 Elements sword sect all unleashed their power, but they were also stopped. 2 of them tried to stop Lian Ying, but they were beaten back by Lian Ying in a violent manner and were injured. The 5 direction sword guards were stopped by Dark Knight sword guards. Lian Ying flew to the sky above the Zhentian mountain at lightning speed, and his whole body emitted a very violent aura fluctuation, which was shocking and terrifying. A layer of blood spread out, and blood clouds covered the sky, covering the sky above the Zhentian mountain. On the Zhentian mountain, the disciples felt very oppressed, and the blood in their bodies seemed to be out of control. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they couldn't move. It was very uncomfortable, and they felt like they were about to die. Jiang, Bei also felt very uncomfortable. The difference between the first sky of Nirvana realm and the six-star Sword Saint Lianying's cultivation was too big. It was like comparing a firefly to the moon, and they were like ants. Chu Mu, who was in seclusion, suddenly felt an invisible and terrifying aura descending, as if an invisible ancient mountain was pressing down on him. It made his whole body tremble, and his bones creaked. He felt like he was about to be pressed down, and it was very uncomfortable. And this aura was directly aimed at him, as if it wanted to use this aura to crush him into pieces. In the sky above, in the huge blood cloud, Lianying's body was steaming with blood qi. His eyes emitted a threatening blood-red light, and he held a blood-red sword in his hand. A wanton power surged out from his body, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Chapter 1272. In the sky above Zhentian Peak, a huge blood cloud covered tens of thousands of meters. It was so huge that it seemed as if there were countless demons roaming around. All kinds of strange noises could be heard. In the way of the sword, there was no such thing as righteous or demonic apart from the evil path. Even the blood demon's sword way that incultivated was not suppressed. The blood cloud covered the sky and pressed down. All the trees on Zhentian Peak seemed to be affected. They became sickly as if they had lost their vitality. The disciples of Zhentian Peak, including Jiang Bei, were all pressed to the ground by that huge aura. They could not move at all, and their bones were about to shatter. Chu Mu, who was in seclusion, could not move at all. His veins were bulging. The pressure of a six-star sword saint was too terrifying, and it was aimed directly at him. Chu Mu stimulated all of his strength to the extreme, condensing his aura and raising it to the extreme. However, it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. He could only tightly guard his ego and prevent himself from collapsing. However, if this continued, it was hard to guarantee that his mental world would be damaged. Once his spiritual world was damaged, it would be very troublesome. However, Lianying's goal was not to damage Chu Mu's spiritual world. He did not have that much time to wait. He needed to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, when the experts of the 5 Elements Sword Sect came out of seclusion and rushed over, he would lose a good opportunity. With the sword in his hand, blood qi condensed, the blood cloud surged, and a tyrannical power wreaked havoc in all directions. The blood light on the sword in his hand became more and more intense. Lianing was ready to release a tyrannical sword attack to kill Chu Mu and even destroy the entire Zhentian Peak. He had the strength to do so. He raised his sword and slashed down. The blood cloud in the sky surged crazily. Murderous intent descended. Vice sect leader Hiyu's beautiful eyes were wide open. She was filled with disbelief and sadness. The elders of the 5 Elements Sword Sect were about to go crazy. Vice Sect leader Bai Qiong and Vice Sect leader Tianxing, who were coming out of seclusion, were about to crack their teeth. However, they were too far away. It was too late. They watched as Lianying's sword slashed down. That incomparably huge blood-red sword light was like a crescent moon that cut through the sky and earth. The sky-shaking peak was on the verge of collapse. It seemed like it would be crushed by this sword. With Chu Mu's strength, it was simply impossible for him to survive under this sword. With Chu Mu's death, no matter what would happen to Lianing in the future, the 5 Elements Sword Sect's losses would be incomparably enormous and irreversible. Just when everyone felt powerless and thought that Chu Mu was dead for sure, a vast and mighty aura gushed out from Zhentian Peak. It was like a volcano that had been dormant for 10,000 years had suddenly erupted. It was mighty and incomparably sharp, like a divine sword that had been unsheathed and contained a trace of lightness. A strong wind blew, causing the blood clouds to surge even more violently, as if they were about to disperse. Lianing could only feel a terrifying sharpness charging towards him and locking him in place. Immediately after, a wisp of incomparably resplendent green blew over and collided with the crescent moon that was slashing down. Without a sound, The ferocious and ruthless crescent moon actually melted rapidly. Under the attack of the green wind, it dissipated into nothingness. The tyrannical and terrifying sword was obliterated just like that. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Lianing himself was also stunned. Furthermore, he was locked in place by that formless sharpness. He only felt his skin go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. He suddenly trembled. This sharpness, this might, this tyrannical power, it was definitely not the aura of a middle sword saint. It was most likely the aura of a high sword saint. Under the incomparably shocked gazes of everyone, a figure seemed to appear from the void and slowly appeared in front of Lianing. He was dressed in a green robe and looked very leisurely, as if he was going to ride the wind and fly away. The most eye-catching thing about him was his pair of green eyebrows. People with green eyebrows were not commonly seen. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Lianing asked in a deep voice. Whether it was the sword that had melted his powerful sword, the sharpness that had locked him in place, or the silent appearance, all of these made him feel fearful. This was a powerhouse whose cultivation was not inferior to his own. He might even be a high sword saint who was stronger than him. He originally thought that killing Chu Mu was in the bag, but he did not expect such an unforeseen event to occur. Such a powerhouse had appeared, which made Lian extremely depressed and angry. However, in front of a powerhouse who was at least at the same level as him, he still did not lose his mind. Qing Mei, Chu Mu's guardian. This person was Qing Mei, Chu Mu's guardian sword saint. She had followed Chu Mu to the Five Elements sword sect and lived in seclusion on the Zhentian Peak. However, no one from the Five Elements sword sect had discovered them. Path Protector? Lianing frowned, and the others also looked puzzled. Chu Mu is the 10th son of God of Heavenly Sword Hall, Sword Saint Qing Mei said lightly, which was considered an explanation. Son of God. Lianing felt as if his head had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and he could not react for a moment. Other than Baiqiang, the others from the Five Elements sword sect were also shocked. The 10th son of God of Heavenly Sword Hall. Lianing was stunned. At this moment, Baiqiang, the vice sect leader, also arrived. Although his strength was not as strong as Lianing, the difference was not big. With him around, Lianing could not touch Chu Mu. Moreover, there was an even more unfathomable sword Saint Qing Mei. "You can leave." Qing Mei waved her sleeves and said lightly, as if she was driving away a fly. Lian Ying's expression changed. In the end, he was helpless. He glanced at Baiqiang fiercely, then looked at Zhentian Peak and turned to leave. Today's move had failed. The sudden appearance of Qing Mei was the reason for the failure again. Now, not only was he unable to kill Chu Mu, but he also had to worry about what would happen next. A crisis was resolved. At the same time, Chu Mu's identity was also announced, causing a huge commotion. It turned out that Chu Mu was really the son of God, the 10th son of Heavenly Sword Hall. When the name was announced, people had guessed it but later denied it. They did not expect it to be true. This news spread out uncontrollably and swept across the night-darkness galaxy, causing a huge commotion once again. Many people were enlightened. No wonder Chu Mu was so powerful. It turned out that he was the son of Heavenly Sword Hall. After Qing Mei appeared, she disappeared quickly. She was a person with a simple personality. Other than protecting Chu Mu, she was unwilling to participate in other matters. This made the upper echelons of the Five Elements sword sect a little depressed, but it passed quickly. Relatively speaking, Chu Mu's identity as the son of God was more important to them. Zhentian Peak, Zhentian Hall. The Divine Hall will make the Night Darkness Sword sect give an explanation for this matter, Qing Mei said to Chu Mu, and then disappeared again. At the Heavenly Sword Hall's main hall, the elders were furious. The people of the Night Darkness Sword sect are so bold. Although Lianing had done it himself, he had brought 8 elders and 100 20 Dark Knight swordsmen. This meant that the Night Darkness Sword sect had acquiesced to this matter and even approved of Lien Ying's actions. They must give an explanation. The main culprit of this matter must also pay a corresponding price. Elder Lai, I'll leave this matter to you, the main hall master said finally. Don't worry, hall master. I'll handle this matter beautifully, Elder Lai said. His voice was loud and his smile was strange. With the fall of Heavenly Sword Hall, the status of Heavenly Sword Hall had also declined. However, no matter how much it declined, it was still the symbol of the human race and the pillar of the human race. Even great emperors had to give face to Heavenly Sword Hall. Although the Night Darkness Sword sect was a Dominator-level force, it was still inferior to Heavenly Sword Hall. This was because the Night Darkness Sword sect was only a force that covered the galaxy, while Heavenly Sword Hall covered the 4 major galaxies of the human race. Normally, the Night Darkness Sword sect could ignore the Heavenly Sword Hall's branch halls in the Night Darkness galaxy. However, they had to treat the main hall with caution. Elder Lai himself was also a high-level sword saint expert. He was very powerful. After leaving the main hall, he immediately set off with a group of sword guards from the main hall and headed to the Night Darkness Sword sect in the Night Darkness galaxy. The sword guards of the main hall were even more powerful than the Dark Knight swordsmen of the Night Darkness Sword sect. Each of them had an eternal realm cultivation. In other words, each of the sword guards of the main hall was a sword saint. Hundreds of sword saints had arrived at the Night Darkness Sword sect. They even brought along their identities as members of the main hall. Their background was very big and shocking. The upper echelons of the Night Darkness Sword sect were all alarmed and came out to welcome them. What was to come would come. No one stopped them. Elder Lai directly expressed his intentions and attitude. The Night Darkness Sword sect had also discussed this matter. In the end, they could only give in. No matter how powerful the Night Darkness Sword sect was, they could not afford to offend a colossus like the Heavenly Sword Hall. Attacking the Shensi was a big mistake. Even the Night Darkness Emperor could not do anything about it. For example, if a senior attacked Qin Zhenyu, he would also be angry. The Night Darkness Sword sect gave the compensation. Elder Lai brought the compensation to the 5 Direction Star. He went directly to the 5 Elements Sword sect to look for Chu Mu. Elder Lai, sorry to trouble you. Chu Mu saluted Elder Lai with his sword. You're welcome. Elder Lai hurriedly waved his hand. The more he looked at Chu Mu, the happier he was. I did not expect the 10th Shensi to be able to suppress the other great emperor's descendants in the Azure Sky Void World and take the top spot. This is completely unexpected. Chu Mu smiled. The matter with the Night Darkness Sword sect has been dealt with. Lien Ying has been removed from his position as deputy sect leader and has been confined for 1,000 years. In addition, this is the compensation from the Night Darkness Sword sect. Elder Lai changed the topic. As he spoke, he took out a spatial ring and handed it to Chu Mu. Chu Mu was very surprised when he heard this. Lien Ying was the deputy sect leader of the Night Darkness Sword sect. Now that he had been removed from his position, the Night Darkness Sword sect would definitely not be willing to do so. However, under the power of the Heavenly Sword Hall, they had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Removing Lien Ying from his position as deputy sect leader and confining him for 1,000 years would put an end to his desperate attempts to assassinate Chu Mu. 1,000 years later, Chu Mu would definitely grow up and become a sword saint. It was very likely that he would be a mid-level sword saint. Even Lien Ying would not be able to do anything to him. After handing the spatial ring to Chu Mu, Elder Lai did not stay for long. Soon, he left the 5 Elements Sword sect with hundreds of Sword Saint-level Divine Palace Swordsmen and returned to the Heavenly Sword Hall. The matter between the Night Darkness Sword sect and Chu Mu was temporarily resolved. Chapter 1273. The storm gradually calmed down. In the cultivation room, Chu Mu was checking the compensation that Elder Lai brought from Dark Knight Sword Sect. Chu Mu was the 10th god's child, so the compensation couldn't be too shabby. Otherwise, Elder Lai wouldn't agree. Even so, after checking, Chu Mu was stunned. There weren't many things in the spatial ring, but all of them were precious treasures. Chu Mu took them out one by one. The first one was a green jade box. It was crystal clear, and one could vaguely see what was inside. After opening it, an intoxicating fragrance wafted out. The pill was faintly golden in color. Inside the pill, there seemed to be a flood dragon swimming around. It also seemed to be a ferocious tiger dashing around. Vaguely, one could also hear the roars of dragons and tigers. Great Dragon Tiger Elixir. It was an excellent elixir. Its function was to improve one's cultivation, and it had a magical effect on Nirvana Realm swordsmen. This item was extremely valuable, and it was very difficult to obtain it. With this great Dragon Tiger Elixir, Chu Mu could soon break through to the second sky of Nirvana Realm. Besides the grand Dragon Tiger pellet, the second treasure was a copper bell called the Celestial Bell. It was a defensive-type secret treasure that was capable of emitting a layer of light barrier that formed an effective protection, and it was capable of resisting the attacks of a rebirth stage sword artist. The third treasure was a purple crystal. Inside the purple crystal, there were traces of electric arcs jumping. It was a crystallization of the law of thunder. The fourth treasure was a crystal, but it wasn't a crystallization of the power of heaven and earth, but a star essence. A star essence was the crystallization of a planet with life, and it contained powerful star power. It could be used to refine sword origin and strengthen one's physique. The Dark Knight Sword Sect only knew that Chu Mu cultivated both chi and body, but they didn't know that he cultivated the astral calamity. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken out the star essence, because the star essence corresponded with the astral calamity. The Dark Knight Sword Sect's compensation was only these 4 treasures, but each of them was extraordinary and valuable. If they were converted into inner core, how much would they be worth? Even if Chu Mu was given 100 million upper-grade origin elixirs, he would only feel surprised and would not feel this kind of ecstasy. The great Dragon Tiger elixir could rapidly increase his cultivation base. The Big Dipper Bell was a defensive artifact that could withstand the attack of a Nirvana Realm swordsman. The Lightning Law Force crystal could help him refine the lightning law and increase his mastery level. Chu Mu was certain that his strength would be significantly improved in a short period of time if he took into account the spatial nomological force he had won from Qin Zhenyu. After the Lian Ying's attack, Chu Mu's heart was even more eager to obtain even more strength. Only with powerful strength could he better protect himself. Otherwise, he would easily be killed by others. However, great strength was not so easy to obtain. It needed to be cultivated step by step. Even if one had a fortuitous encounter, it would take time to transform it into one's true strength. The gap between the Nirvana realm and the Eternal realm was too great. Even with Chu Mu's monstrous talent, it would still take him a long time to attain the strength of a saint. He could not be anxious and could only fight steadily. Otherwise, if his foundation was unstable and his strength increased rapidly, it would only leave behind hidden dangers. As for the disciples of Zhan Tianpeak and Jiang Bei, the 5-element sword sect had also given them some decent elixirs to recover from their injuries. In the cultivation room, Chu Mu took out the great Dragon Tiger elixir and consumed it. The great Dragon Tiger treasure pill entered Xiao Chen's mouth and swallowed it into his stomach. A strong medicinal energy spread out, surging into his limbs and bones. Heat surged up from every part of his body. His skin turned red, and he felt like his entire body was burning. The great Dragon Tiger pellet's medicinal energy was very strong. Moreover, it was continuous and unending, as if there were layers upon layers of waves that never stopped. Chu Mu circulated the divine desolate sword origin and continuously absorbed the powerful medicinal power of the great Dragon Tiger elixir. transforming it into sword origin force to increase his sword origin. There were 2 steps to advancing from the first sky of Nirvana realm to the second sky of Nirvana realm. The first step was to increase one's cultivation from the initial stage to the peak stage. After that, one had to absorb enough Nirvana chi and undergo Nirvana realm to successfully break through. Time passed by slowly. Waves of powerful aura surged around Chu Mu's body. Within his meridians, the golden divine, desolate, sword origin flowed at high speed like a river. The medicinal power of the great dragon tiger elixir lasted for 4 hours and was continuously converted by Chu Mu. Chu Mu's cultivation rose steadily from the initial stage of the first sky of Nirvana realm to the middle stage, then to the late stage, and finally to the peak stage. Until the peak stage of the first sky of Nirvana realm, the medicinal power of the great dragon tiger elixir was depleted. A single elixir raised his cultivation from the initial stage of the first sky to the late stage of the first sky of Nirvana realm in 4 hours. It saved Chu Mu a few years of time. It was unimaginable. The increase in cultivation brought about an increase in strength. After consolidating it, I will be able to break through to the second sky of Nirvana realm. Muttering to himself, Chu Mu took out the astral soul essence. The astral soul essence constantly emitted strands of starlight rays, which made Chu Mu feel very comfortable. Using the astral soul essence to cultivate the astral calamity cultivation technique, Chu Mu could clearly feel that his entire body was constantly being washed by the starlight rays. The veins on his bones, muscles, etc. were becoming more and more compact. Chu Mu estimated that this piece of astral soul essence was enough for him to cultivate to the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. At that time, he would be able to break through to the second sky of Nirvana realm together with Chi refinement realm. In these peaceful days, every genius was diligently cultivating, trying their best to increase their strength in all aspects. After absorbing the astral soul essence, Chu Mu's body transformation cultivation had also reached the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. Just like Chi refinement realm, it also needed to be consolidated. While cultivating his body and Chi, Chu Mu didn't stop cultivating his sword skills. At the same time, he was also comprehending the sword domain. The 5-element sutra naturally revolved, and the power of the 5 elements in his spiritual world constantly circulated, constantly tempering him. As for the power of the space rule, it constantly resonated with the Void Breaker Manual. Chu Mu didn't need to worry about the cultivation of these 6 powers of the heavens and earth rule at all. Chu Mu took out the space rule crystal and held it in his hand. He directly absorbed the power contained within the space rule crystal. A trace of the space rule crystal rushed into Chu Mu's space rule crystal. Under the effect of the Void Breaker Manual, it vibrated and tempered Chu Mu's space rule crystal. Among the various powers of the heavens and earth rule crystal that he grasped, the space rule crystal was the most powerful. If the conditions were good enough, he would naturally choose to upgrade the space rule crystal first. After upgrading it, he would be able to open a new page of the Void Breaker Manual and obtain a new inheritance. Similarly, the space rule crystal was the most difficult to cultivate. It required a great deal of time and effort. When this space rule crystal was completely absorbed by Chu Mu, his grasp of the space rule crystal had finally reached the peak of the subtle realm. He was only a fine line away from the next level, the subtle realm. After that, Chu Mu took out the thunder rule crystal and absorbed it, tempering his thunder rule crystal. The thunder rule crystal was originally at the basic level. Because he had taken the thunder origin fruit, it had risen to the subtle realm. However, it was still only at the early subtle realm. Now, Chu Mu used this thunder rule crystal to temper his thunder rule crystal. Cultivating the thunder rule crystal was much easier than cultivating the space rule crystal. After absorbing this thunder rule crystal, Chu Mu's Thunder Rule crystal had finally reached the peak of the subtle realm. Metal, wood, water, fire and earth elemental laws, wind, ice and lightning elemental laws, cloud elemental laws, and space elemental laws. Among them, the 5 elemental laws, lightning elemental laws, and space elemental laws had all reached the pinnacle of the refinement realm. The wind elemental law had also reached the refinement realm. Only the ice elemental law and cloud elemental law were still at the foundation level. If the cultivation levels of the various heavens and earth rule crystal were to be revealed, it would cause a great shock. Day after day passed. During this time, Lin Wufang returned to the 5 Elements Sword Sect. When he learned of what had happened that day, he was furious. Wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead, he ran to the Zhentian Peak to visit Chu Mu and chat with him. Time passed like this. Chu Mu continued to consolidate his qi cultivation and body cultivation. Soon he would be able to start breaking through to the second sky of Nirvana realm. There was still a lot of Nirvana chi left, enough for him to break through to the second sky. Just as Chu Mu was about to break through, news came that the 3rd stage of the Heaven Youth list battle was about to begin. Since the 3rd stage was about to begin, Chu Mu didn't have time to break through. This was because this breakthrough would take a few days. If he wasn't careful, he might miss the 3rd stage. The Heaven Youth list battle was a major event. Since that was the case, it couldn't be delayed because of Chu Mu alone. It wasn't easy to enter the 3rd stage. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. The 3rd stage was on a life planet in the divine sword domain. This was a super life planet. It was also a very ancient planet called the Divine Sword Planet. The Divine Sword Planet was under the control of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Aside from a branch of the Heavenly Sword Hall, there weren't any other sects or forces there. There were only some families and small forces. The Divine Sword Planet was an ancient superlife planet. It had verdant hills and clear waters. The scenery was beautiful and the chi of heaven and earth was abundant. It was a life planet that was suitable for living and cultivation. On this life planet, there were many secret zones and treasured lands. It was a place for many swordsmen to explore and train. Therefore, there was an endless stream of people coming and going on the Divine Sword Planet. However, there had never been a time when it was as lively as it was now. The 3rd stage of the Heaven Youth list battle was set to take place on the Divine Sword Planet. Once the news spread, it immediately attracted countless people to the Divine Sword Planet. In a short time, the Divine Sword Planet was actually overcrowded. The participating geniuses from various galaxies passed through the Gate of Stars and went through the teleportation between galaxies. The geniuses from the Divine Sword Domain were closer to the Divine Sword Planet, so they arrived faster. The geniuses from other galaxies crossed galaxies. When they arrived at the Divine Sword Domain, they went through the teleportation between galaxies. This way, they would use up less energy. Chu Mu, accompanied by Lin Wufang and the others, arrived at the Divine Sword Domain and the Divine Sword Planet. Chapter 1274. Starlight shone brightly in the vast starry sky. Countless rays of starlight shot across the sky. It was hard to see with the naked eye, but it brought with it a shocking fluctuation. The huge holy sword star circled in the vast starry sky and rotated slowly. Starships came from all directions and entered the holy sword star. At the starship port of the holy sword star, large starships docked. Countless people walked down from the large starships. Countless passenger spaceships were docked, waiting for their guests. The 3rd stage of the Heavenly Blue List tournament had caused the Divine Sword Star to be packed with people. As far as the eye could see, there was a sea of people jostling here and there. It was extremely noisy and dense. The Divine Sword Star, which had always had a beautiful environment suitable for cultivation, had become like a market. On the Holy Sword Star, there were many secret lands. The most famous one was the 100 Sacred Mountain. However, the 100th sacred mountain was under the control of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Normally, it would not be open to the public. Many people could only see the 100th sacred mountain from afar. Now that they could see it up close, they were very excited. The demonic geniuses who were participating in the contest directly went to the Holy Sword Star through the Starry Gate. They did not need to waste time on the starships. Those with some financial resources would also use the Stargate to teleport, so as to avoid being squeezed around the starship port. Outside the 100th sacred mountain, there was a black lake. The black lake water looked like it had solidified. It was motionless and looked very sticky. The black lake was called Blackwater Lake. It was very wide and looked like an ocean. Glowing figures were rapidly approaching from all directions and gathering at the same spot. Brother Gu, Brother Yang. When the two of them saw each other, they smiled and bowed slightly. Brother Gu, you have to be careful. This time, I will not lose to you. Yang Zhantian's eyes were filled with fighting spirit as he said, I am looking forward to it. Gu Luankong smiled and said. Yang Zhantian looked a little majestic. On the other hand, Gu Luankong looked a little lazy. Even when he smiled, he gave off a lazy feeling. It was as if he did not care about anything. The two of them were the successors of the great emperors. They were more familiar with each other. Brother Gu, Brother Yang, you guys are fast. A clear voice was heard not far away. Then there was a flash of light and a figure approached them. So it is Brother Lien. Yang Zhantian and Gu Luankong looked back. Yang Zhantian replied while Gu Luankong smiled and nodded. The geniuses arrived at the Blackwater Lake one after another. The successors of the martial monarchs were familiar with one another. Even if they were not that familiar with one another, they would still know one another more or less. Speaking of which, in the Azure Sky virtual world, I thought that Brother Gu should be the first. Who would have thought that there would be an unforeseen event in the end, and he would be overtaken? Lian Hongyan said, I've seen Chumu once, and now I'm looking forward to fighting him. The 10th son of God of Heavenly Sword Hall has extraordinary talent as well, Yang Zhantian said. His tone was also filled with a strong desire to fight. Chumu! Gu Luankong smiled, but his face was still lazy, a bit interesting. Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyan both glanced at Gu Luankong. They knew Gu Luankong better. Usually, the people that he considered interesting were the ones that he valued. The two of them looked at each other and felt that the third stage of the Azure Sky ranking would be more interesting. Gradually, more and more geniuses arrived and gathered. They chatted in groups of 3 to 5. Geniuses had their own groups, and so did the geniuses. Suddenly, the people who were chatting quieted down. Their gazes seemed to be attracted by something, and they all looked in one direction. They saw a ray of white light that seemed to have come from the heavens and descended upon the mortal world. An otherworldly aura filled the surroundings. She was light and elegant, like a fairy descending. Her body was cold, but her body was graceful. Many gazes were focused on this immortal-like figure looking at that perfect face. Junior Sister Qin, you are here too. Yang Zhantian's eyes flashed with passion, and he walked over with big steps. Senior Brother Yang. Qin Aoxin glanced at Yang Zhantian with her beautiful eyes and said softly. Her voice sounded very cold, like cold spring water flowing past. Yang Zhantian's master was related to Qin Aoxin's master. Therefore, the two of them had been calling each other senior brother and junior sister since a long time ago. Lian Hongyun and Gu Luankong also greeted Qin Aoxin, and Qin Aoxin returned their greetings. Although she gave off an otherworldly feeling, it was because of her temperament and the martial art she cultivated. Although she was cold, she was not the kind of person who would ignore others. Because of her temperament, she did not like to talk much and had other expressions. Not long after, Su Yueshi arrived as well. If Qin Aoxin was like a fairy, then Su Yueshi was like a witch. She was dressed in black, and her expression was cold. Her eyes were sharp, and there was a murderous aura around her. However, she was beautiful and had a devilish body. Her seductiveness was even more direct. "Who is Chumu?" Once Su Yueshi landed, a sharp glint shot out from her beautiful eyes. Her gaze swept through the crowd like a sharp knife, sending chills down one's spine. No one answered her because Chumu had not arrived yet. "Looking for 10th," Feng Guohai said to Tsang Lei, who was beside him. "10th is not here yet," Tsang Lei said after a glance. The other god's sons were all present. "I wonder why you are looking for Chumu, miss." Murong Qingfeng smiled elegantly and cupped his fists in greeting. "You are Chumu?" Su Yueshi's sharp gaze fell on Murong Qingfeng's face, as if she wanted to pierce through him. "I am Murong Qingfeng, the second godson of Heavenly Sword Hall." Murong Qingfeng introduced himself. "Chumu is our 10th brother." Su Yueshi did not say anything else, but her gaze was readable. "If you are not Chumu, then get out of my way." The corner of Murong Qingfeng's mouth twitched. He was a little upset, but he did not say anything else to avoid being snubbed. "When did 10th offend her?" Tuobajan asked curiously. "I think it might be because 10th's ranking in the Azure virtual world was higher than hers," Guanlin said with a smile. There were a total of 10 god sons of Heavenly Sword Hall, but only 6 of them had passed the 2nd stage and entered the 3rd stage. The other 4 were unlucky and had encountered the powerful descendants of the great emperors. They were defeated and had no chance to enter the 3rd stage. The godsons who had entered the 3rd stage were the 1st godson, Guanlin, the 2nd godson, Murong Qingfeng, the 3rd godson, Tuobajan, the 6th godson, Tsang Lei, the 9th godson, Feng Guohai, and the 10th godson, Chumu. 5 of the 6 godsons had arrived, and only Chumu had not arrived. It could not be helped. The distance between demonic Sword Galaxy and divine Sword Galaxy was quite far, and it was even further from Twilight Galaxy to divine Sword Planet. 120 galaxies, 120 geniuses. Streaks of light streaked across the sky. Eldest sister, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 6th brother, 9th brother, all of you are here. A voice rang out, and everyone turned to look with joy. 10th, you are finally here. Feng Guohai patted Chumu's shoulder and smiled. Looking at everyone, Chumu knew that only the 6 of them had entered the 3rd stage, so he did not mention it again. 10th, someone was looking for you just now, Murong Qingfeng said. Who was looking for me? Chumu asked. He followed everyone's gaze, and coincidentally, Su Yueshi's sharp gaze also looked over. Her tight black clothes accentuated her perfect figure, but there was an inexplicable smile on her face. Are you Chumu? Su Yueshi asked in return. What can I do for you? Chumu did not know her, but her tone was interrogative, so Chumu's answer was not so polite. The others looked like they were watching a show. Many of them knew Su Yueshi and had a general understanding of her character. Now that they saw Chumu talking to Su Yueshi like that, they knew that there was going to be a good show. Su Yueshi's gaze grew colder and sharper, like the tip of a knife, as if it was going to pierce Chumu's eyes. Chumu was a little confused, but he looked back without fear. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense, as if a storm was coming. Guanlin and the other godsons stood next to Chumu. If Su Yueshi dared to attack, they would not stand by and watch. Just you wait. Su Yueshi retracted the sharpness in her eyes and coldly said, no longer paying attention to Chumu. What a pity. Someone sighed, as if it was a pity that they did not get to see a good show. It was a small episode, but Chumu had become the focus, because when everyone knew his name, they were very surprised. They all looked at the person who was ranked first on the Heaven Ascension list. There were also people who came over to chat and make friends. After all, those who were able to come here were all monstrous geniuses. It wasn't a bad thing to make friends with them, especially with the number 1 on the Heaven Ascension list. It was even more so. Time passed slowly. other than the 120 demon-level geniuses. The others could not come close. They could only watch from afar. Not long after, a few figures appeared at a speed that even spiritual consciousness could not capture. It was as if they had been here for a long time. There were 3 figures, an old man in a green robe, a middle-aged man in a black robe, and a charming lady in a blue robe. Gu Luankong greets the great emperor. Gu Luankong reacted first and bowed. The others also quickly bowed with their swords. Chu Mu was also shocked. Great emperors. These 3 people were all great emperors. To be honest, until now he had only heard of the names of the great emperors, but he had never seen any of them with his own eyes. Chu Mu greets the 3 great emperors. Chu Mu said he did not know the titles of the 3 great emperors. Hearing Chu Mu's words, the 3 great emperors looked at him. They were very curious about Chu Mu. Chu Mu only felt that he was being seen through. Fortunately, the gazes did not linger on him for too long. Otherwise, the majesty of the great emperor's gazes would be very intimidating. The 3 of us will be in charge of the 3rd stage of the Heaven Ascension list. The old man in a green robe in the middle said loudly, announcing the start of the Heaven Ascension list. Chapter 1275. The Blackwater Lake seemed to be vast and boundless. It was calm and tranquil, like a huge black gem that was completely embedded in the ground. The 120 cultivators sprang into action and flew above the Blackwater Lake toward the 100 godly mountains on the other side. The weakest of the 120 people was at the peak of the 1st sky of Nirvana Realm, and the strongest was at the late stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana Realm. Following a series of explosions, the figures turned into rays of light and flew into the distance like meteors. The calm surface of the Black Lake was stirred up by the 120 streaks of light. Ripples spread out, as if many stones were thrown into the lake. The 3 great sovereigns were watching from the sky. Countless people were watching from afar. This was a competition of speed. There were 120 people, but only 100 of them could be listed on the Heavenly Youth Board. This meant that 20 of them would be eliminated. Although these people were all monstrous geniuses that dominated the galaxies, reality was cruel. Since ancient times, there were only 100 spots on the Heaven Youth list. It was impossible to increase it. Therefore, 20 people had to be eliminated. The first 100 people to cross the Blackwater Lake and reach the foot of the 100 sacred mountains and obtain one of the 100 swords would enter the 4th stage, which was the last stage of the Heavenly Youth Board. Those who did not obtain one of the 100 swords would not be able to be listed on the Heavenly Youth Board. This stage was extremely important. No one wanted to be eliminated just like that. Naturally, they would muster all their strength and explode with all their speed. The competition was extremely intense. Each of the monstrous geniuses cultivated different skills. They all had their own styles. The leading figure was very elusive. He disappeared with a swoosh and then reappeared in the distant void. He did this repeatedly as if he was shuttling through the void into a lair. It was difficult to capture his track. Moreover, his speed was extremely fast. Everyone could feel the fluctuation of the rules of space from Gu Luankong's movement. Gu Luankong was most proficient in the rules of space. Compared to Gu Luankong, Qi Naoxian was like a fairy. She was following Gu Luankong closely. Her body was weightless, and she could overtake Gu Luankong anytime. Yang Zhantian's silhouette was extremely direct. He was like a long spear, piercing through the sky in a straight and domineering manner. It was as if everything that stood in his way would be destroyed by his silhouette. Some of the figures had a pair of wings growing out of their backs. As they flapped their wings, they created gusts of wind that turned into huge cyclones. They swept around madly, causing their speed to continuously increase. Some silhouettes were like dragons leaving the abyss, some silhouettes were like meteors chasing after the moon, and some silhouettes were like ghosts, completely silent. Chu Mu used the imperial sword technique. His body turned into a sharp sword light, tearing through the air and smashing all obstacles in his way. This kind of straightforwardness was different from Yang Zhantian's tyrannical style. It was a kind of sharpness, a pure sharpness. Chu Mu's cultivation was at the peak of the first sky of the Nirvana realm. He was not at the second sky of the Nirvana realm yet. Among the 120 people, his cultivation was the lowest. Although the speed of one's speed was not absolutely related to the level of one's cultivation, it was very possible that a person at the first sky of Nirvana realm would be faster than a person at the second sky of Nirvana realm, or even the third sky of Nirvana realm. For example, Chu Mu's speed was much faster than a normal third sky of Nirvana realm swordsman. However, that was only for a normal sword cultivator. Now, everyone here was a super genius, a monstrous sword cultivator. Their speed was extraordinary, much faster than a normal sword cultivator. Moreover, Chu Mu cultivated a divine level cultivation technique. The other great emperor's descendants, such as Gu Luankong and Qi Naoxian, also cultivated divine level cultivation techniques. Fortunately, Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword technique was the inheritance of the divine wilderness great emperor, the strongest great emperor at that time. It was unique and superior to a normal divine level cultivation technique. The imperial sword technique was also a cultivation technique that could obviously increase one's speed. Chu Mu also mastered the power of vibration, using the vibration of his leg muscles to impact the air and increase his speed. The Blackwater Lake was very wide, as if there was no end in sight. The 100 sacred mountains seemed to be close at hand, but also seemed to be far away. Chu Mu's speed was extremely fast, but the other's speed was not slow either. They were competing with each other and could be overtaken at any time. Then they would suddenly burst out and overtake them. The burst of speed was destined not to last long. It could only be used when catching up and overtaking others. The competition was extremely intense. Streaks of light streaked across the sky, leaving behind streaks of light. The tranquility of the Blackwater Lake was completely broken. Ravines appeared on the surface of the lake, as if they had been plowed by an invisible force. With a boom, a huge wave of water soared into the sky. A huge black shadow with a terrifying aura soared up from the bottom of the Blackwater Lake. It was a huge black fish. Its huge eyes were filled with ferocious light. When it opened its mouth, its sharp teeth could directly swallow an elephant. The huge black fish's mouth bit towards a figure and was about to swallow him. Suddenly, the figure waved his hand, and the sword light broke through the sky like a falling meteorite. With a loud bang, it directly hit the mouth of the giant black fish. Even an ordinary first sky of Nirvana realm swordsman would be directly smashed into pieces by such a powerful attack. However, the giant black fish was only hit by the sword and fell downwards. It did not die, but only suffered some minor injuries. With a splash, the huge black fish fell down, splashing black water everywhere. Boom! 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 Many huge black figures soared up from the bottom of the Blackwater Lake like cannonballs. They soared into the sky and opened their huge mouths full of sharp teeth, wanting to swallow the figures that were flying in the sky. Some people twisted their bodies and dodged. Some people just launched a powerful attack. Below Chu Mu, a huge black fish suddenly soared up. This kind of black fish was a special product of the Blackwater Lake. It was called the Black Water Magic Fish. It was a very powerful water-type beast. Its scales were extremely tough, and it had a strong defensive power. It was good at swallowing. Once it swallowed someone, it would most likely die. Chu Mu's speed suddenly increased. With a whoosh, he tore through the sky and shuttled between the huge mouths of the Black Water Magic Fish. When the Black Water Magic Fish closed its mouth, it only bit empty air. The Black Water Devil Fish couldn't fly, so when they landed again, they couldn't do anything to Chu Mu. However, the Blackwater Lake was very wide and deep where the Black Water Devil Fish species lived. There were a lot of them, and they rushed out from the black water lake one after another, opening their mouths and biting towards the geniuses. No one dared to underestimate the black water magic fish. They either attacked or dodged. When Chu-Mu was about to avoid the bite of the fourth black water magic fish, suddenly a strong storm came from the side. With a whistling sound, Chu-Mu was directly wrapped up and pulled into the mouth of a black water magic fish. Chu-Mu was startled at first, but he quickly used all his strength to activate a powerful force, shattering the storm and narrowly escaping from the black water devil fish's mouth that was about to close. "Your luck is not bad." A cold laugh entered his ears. Chu-Mu turned around and saw a sneering face. It was a young and handsome man wearing black battle armor. He had long black hair, but his pupils had a strange purple color, making him seem a bit demonic. Just now, it was this person who had released the black storm to sneak attack Chu-Mu. Because it was too sudden and the distance was too close, the speed was extremely fast, and the aura was weak, causing Chu-Mu to be caught off guard. However, Chu-Mu was sure that he did not know this person. They did not belong to the same galaxy. Why would he suddenly attack him? As if he saw through Chu-Mu's doubts, the purple-eyed young man sneered, "Consider yourself lucky this time. But remember, if you offend Yueshi, you will not have a good life." Hearing the other party's words, Chu-Mu realized that the reason the other party attacked him was because he had offended Su Yueshi. Chu-Mu already knew who Su Yueshi was, but he did not understand how he had offended her. If he had offended her because his ranking on the Heaven Ascension list in the Azure Sky virtual world was higher than hers, then he had offended many people, such as Lian Hongyan, Yang Zhantian, Chineo, Gulwankong, and others. If he had really offended so many people, it would be a big trouble. But on second thought, it was just a ranking, it was nothing. If he thought that he had offended her, it would be too overbearing. After thinking about it, Chu-Mu felt that it was ridiculous. His impression of Su Yueshi and the purple-eyed young man had greatly decreased. The purple-eyed young man's first attack failed, so he didn't attack a second time. Instead, as if he was provoking Chu-Mu, he directly flew past Chu-Mu. However, in front of him, a flash of purple lightning appeared out of nowhere. It struck down from the sky and struck his head. The speed of the lightning was extremely fast, but the purple-eyed young man was already prepared. He twisted his body, leaving behind an afterimage that was shattered by the purple lightning. Chu-Mu flew ahead of him. Although the purple-eyed young man was not hit, he was enraged. The purple light in his demonic eyes became even more intense. He let out a strange sneer, and his power exploded. He turned into a black lightning bolt, as if he was wrapped in a black storm. He charged at Chu-Mu at an extremely fast speed with an overbearing attitude. Within the darkness, there was a black, demonic sword light. The sword light was like a hot knife cutting through butter, as if it could destroy everything. Feeling a trace of killing intent behind him, Chu-Mu's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. But now was not the time to fight, because there was something more important. The Imperial Sword technique changed into the Flying Imperial Sword technique. His speed suddenly increased, turning into a sharp and dazzling sword light. He quickly pulled away from the purple-eyed young man, causing his plan to fail. And an even more intense life and death battle began. Chapter 1276. The black water lake seemed to be boiling. Countless ripples appeared and countless water pillars soared into the sky. Gurgling sounds could be heard as huge black shadows continuously soared into the sky from the black water. The black water demonic fish seemed to have gone mad. The people who were watching from afar were horrified. However, the three great emperors were smiling. They could see that the black water demonic fish could not do anything to the geniuses. However, it was impossible for the geniuses to fly across the black water lake. It would be troublesome for the geniuses. However, it was precisely because of the addition of the black water magic fish that the third stage of the competition became more interesting. Other than the black water demonic fish, The geniuses were also attacking each other. They weren't trying to kill or injure their opponents. Their goal was to stop their opponents. As long as they could buy some time, it would be enough. If they were to fight here, it would be equivalent to giving their opponents a chance. They might fall behind and miss out on the fourth stage. Everyone brought out their own methods. Storms raged in the void. Thunderbolts struck down from the sky, intertwining into a net of lightning, or a huge water column shot up from the ground. The force of impact was extremely strong. It wasn't the appearance of the blackwater devilfish, but some of the geniuses used their own law of water to trigger the black water of the Blackwater Lake. The 120 geniuses had mastered at least 7 to 10 types of rules of water. However, they were definitely proficient in 1 or 2 types of rules of water. It was impossible for them to be proficient in all of them, as they didn't have the energy to do so. Gul Wangkong was the most proficient in the rules of space. His mastery of the rules of space was superb. Others wouldn't even know when he made his move. However, there were a few layers of space barriers in the sky. Those who weren't sensitive to the rules of space would crash into them directly. They wouldn't be injured. However, once they crashed into the barriers, they would be bounced back and their high-speed flight would be stopped. They would also feel dizzy and would be overtaken by others. Chu Mu keenly captured the fluctuations in the space. It was a layer of invisible space barrier. Chu Mu didn't dodge and directly flew over. The moment he came into contact with the space barrier, he didn't feel the slightest bit of obstruction. It was as if the space barrier didn't exist. The devilish purple-eyed young man, who was following closely behind Chu Mu, also quickly caught up and tried to overtake Chu Mu. Seeing that Chu Mu flew past him without any obstruction, he didn't pay too much attention to it. With a bang, his entire body collided with the invisible space barrier, causing him to feel dizzy as he was bounced back. The purple-eyed youth quickly adjusted himself. However, he did not immediately explode. Instead, he carefully inspected his surroundings. After a few more breaths of time, the distance between him and Chu Mu had widened. It must be said that the rules of space were indeed very powerful and strange. They were soundless and impossible to guard against. Some geniuses were proficient in the rules of shadow. They could create a shadow in the void. When someone passed by, they would be attacked by the shadow. This time, the competition of speed allowed Chu Mu to see the little tricks of the geniuses. Although it was just a small trick, it reflected the exquisite mastery of the power of heaven and earth. In the competition of speed, Chu Mu also gradually realized that he had mastered quite a number of the rules of heaven and earth. Moreover, he had mastered 7 of them and had reached the peak of nuance. However, compared to some of the monstrous geniuses, he was still inferior in terms of mastery. Simply put, the heaven and earth energy he grasped had a special characteristic. It was rather mediocre. It wasn't outstanding in anything, but it was outstanding in everything. It was balanced. However, some geniuses would be especially proficient in certain areas. This allowed Chu Mu's horizons to expand once again. When Chu Mu flew past Tsuyueshi, Tsuyueshi did not take any action. She only glanced at him and then sped up. Tsuyueshi's cultivation had reached the middle stage of the 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. She was much stronger than Chu Mu. The cultivation technique that she had cultivated had also reached the divine level. She was stronger than an ordinary peak 3rd sky of Nirvana realm. She could even match an early 4th sky of Nirvana realm swordsman. Her speed was extremely fast. As soon as Chu Mu overtook her, she immediately overtook him. In the end, she even glanced at Chu Mu with a provocative look. Tsuyueshi's attitude towards this person who had surpassed her on the Heaven Ascension list, especially when he was an unknown person. At this moment, Gul Wangkong, who was in the lead, had already crossed 2/3 of the Blackwater Lake. Qin Aoxian followed closely behind him. Her body was graceful and elegant. Behind her were Yang Zhantian, Lian Hongyun, and the others. Tsuyueshi was also among them. They were in the first line. Chu Mu, Guan Lin and Murong Qingfeng were in the second line. The other 3 divine sons were in the third line. Even the third line had already crossed half of the Black Water Lake. According to the current situation, the third line was in danger of being eliminated. At this moment, some people who were still holding back finally exerted their full strength. In the third row, a muscular genius in black armor let out a low roar. Streams of black airflow burst out from his body, and a violent aura spread out in all directions. The roar was so loud that it felt like it was going to pierce through the eardrums of everyone. With a boom, his powerful body seemed to have been ignited, and he transformed into a meteor of black flames. His speed increased, and in an instant he left the third row in the dust. He caught up with the second row and continued to advance, overtaking them one by one until he was right in front of the first row. One person started to exert his full strength. Then those who were holding back also exerted their full strength. Their speed increased significantly, and the booming sound was heard continuously. However, these people who exerted their full strength could only reach the second line. It was too difficult to catch up with the first line. There were only 10 people in the first line. Chu Mu was limited by his cultivation base. He was not in the first line. Even if he exerted his full strength, he could only take the lead in the second line. The second line originally had 30 people. Now it had increased to 40. The rest were in the third line. Now the geniuses did not attack others because it would waste their energy. At this final moment, they could not afford to waste any energy. Quick, quick, quick! Faster! Some people in the third line did not care about the consequences. They used their secret techniques to charge into the second line. However, the people in the first line still had the advantage. The competition in the second line became extremely intense. Chu Mu used his flying sky sword art. The power of both qi refining and body refining was fully unleashed. His speed kept increasing. His muscles were trembling as he maintained his position in front of the second line. There was no fastest, only faster. The 100 sacred mountains were already in front of them. Finally, Gulwankong was the first. He crossed the Blackwater Lake and arrived at the foot of the 100 sacred mountains. He reached out his hand and pulled out the highest sword among the 100 sword platforms. He poured his power into the sword and quickly refined it. Then, Qin Aoxian also grabbed the second sword. There were a total of 100 sword discourse arenas, and on each sword discourse arena, there was a sword. The 10 people in the first row all crossed the Blackwater Lake, took the top 10 swords, and refined them one by one. After refining them, the swords shone brightly, enveloping everyone and disappearing one by one. The geniuses in the second line also began to cross the Blackwater Lake and charged towards the sword platform. The sword that Chu Mu took was the 18th sword. After taking the sword, Chu Mu quickly poured his power into the sword to refine it. The other geniuses arrived and fought for the swords. They did not disturb the others. The powerful divine wilderness sword energy poured into the sword in his hand, causing the sword to emit a golden light. That was because the runes on the sword had been infused with power. When Chu Mu's divine wilderness sword energy completely covered every rune on the sword in his hand suddenly shone with a bright golden light. The light was so strong that it enveloped Chu Mu's body. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Like Chu Mu, the others were also enveloped by the light of the sword and disappeared. There was a feeling of traveling through time. After disappearing, Chu Mu looked at the others and saw the seats. This was the top of the 100 sacred mountains. At the highest point there was a seat. That seat was tall and noble. Behind it, there seemed to be a starry sky. It was deep, vast, and mysterious. In this deep and vast starry sky, there seemed to be layers of spatial wrinkles. There was a person sitting there with a casual posture. Because the seat was very big and the person sitting there was very casual, it looked like he was half lying down. This person was Gu Wankong. This seat was called the first honored seat, also known as the Starry Sky Honored Seat. It was the most noble seat among all the honored seats. Below the starry sky honored seat, there were 2 honored seats. There was a difference between the 2 honored seats. Behind the second honored seat, there was a vast and boundless sky. Behind the third honored seat, there was a vast and boundless ocean. The second honored seat was called the sky honored seat. In the sky, there seemed to be the shadow of a flying immortal. The third honored seat was called the vast ocean honored seat. In the vast ocean, there seemed to be a bawang floating. Below the vast ocean honored seat, there were 7 honored seats. These 7 honored seats were ranked from top to bottom and from big to small. The difference between them was very obvious. Behind the 7 honored seats, there seemed to be a vast piece of land. Compared to the starry sky honored seat, the sky honored seat, and the vast ocean honored seat, the 4th to 10th honored seats had the same name. They were called the earth honored seats. Below the 7 earthly supremacy thrones were 90 supremacy thrones. The 90 supremacy thrones were arranged in a trapezoidal manner. Each of the supremacy thrones had a different background. Some looked like storms, some looked like descending bolts of lightning, some looked like scorched earth for 1,000 miles, some looked like ice for 3,000 feet, and some looked like torrents. From top to bottom, there were a total of 100 honored seats. However, from the 11th to the 100th honored seat, there was no specific name. They were just arranged according to the order. There were the 11th, 12th, and so on until the 100th honored seat. Chapter 1277. On the other side of the Blackwater Lake, at the foot of the 100 Sovereigns' sacred mountain, the 100 sword platforms were empty. 20 geniuses were floating in the air, staring at the empty platforms. They were eliminated. The impact was too great and hard to accept. Even if they were all monstrous geniuses and their will was stronger than ordinary swordsmen, it was hard for them to calm down when they encountered such a situation. They had fought so hard but were eliminated in the end. The feeling was too complicated and indescribable. After a long while, someone smiled bitterly and shook his head, helplessly accepting the fact. Among the 20 that were eliminated, 2 of them were the godsons of the Heavenly Sword Hall, Tsang Lei and Feng Guohai. They had no choice as they were in the 3rd row. Since they were eliminated, there was no point in staying any longer. Everyone returned. The 3 great sovereigns that were originally at the Blackwater Lake disappeared in a flash. In another flash, they appeared at the top of the 100 Sovereigns' sacred mountain, overlooking the crowd. Congratulations to everyone for passing the 3rd stage of the Tianqing list tournament and entering the 4th stage. The green-robed elder smiled, his voice resounding through the sky and into everyone's ears. The 4th stage is also the last stage of the Tianqing list tournament. The 100 monstrous geniuses were all focused, listening to great Emperor Bo Su's words. The 4th stage of the tournament is the challenge of the seats of honor. Based on where the seat of honor is located, you can challenge the higher seat of honor. Starting from the 100th seat of honor, everyone only has 3 chances to challenge. This is a rare opportunity, so everyone must seize it. Great Emperor Bo Su said, letting everyone know the rules of the 4th stage. The challenge of the seats of honor. The tournament this time would determine the final ranking of the Tianqing list. If they didn't fight and ended it right away, then the first place of the Tianqing list would be Gu Wankong. Indeed, the battle on the 100 Sovereigns' sacred mountain couldn't be seen by those who were far away from the mountain. However, a green ranking appeared in the sky. After it was pulled open, names appeared from the lowest to the highest. Chu Mu was ranked 18th, while Gulwankong was ranked 1st. The others couldn't see the battle, but they could know the situation through the changes in the rankings. The 10th godson is ranked 18th. The elders of the main divine hall discussed. This is just the beginning. I believe that with the 10th divine son's ability, he should be able to make it into the top 10. The top 3 is even better. It's too difficult to get into the top 3. The 10th divine son's cultivation is too low. Yeah, it's a pity. If the 10th divine son's current cultivation base could increase by another level, he would have a greater chance of entering the top 3. Chu Mu was the 18th to cross the Black Lake and obtain the 18th sword. After refining it, he occupied the 18th seat. The positions of the 100 venerables were indeed arranged from top to bottom, but the venerables were facing different directions, forming an irregular circle. In the middle was an incomparably large empty space, and this empty space was the location of the venerables' challenge. After Great Emperor Bo, Su's voice fell. No one said anything. Instead, they were sizing each other up. It was as if they were comparing their strength with others and looking for an opponent. If the challenge was successful, the winner would occupy the opponent's venerables. The loser's venerables would remain unchanged. On the starry sky venerables, Gulwankong was half lying down. He looked lazy as if he had fallen asleep. Qin Aoxian sat on the sky venerables like a fairy. Yang Zhantian sat upright like a boang. Su Yueshi was like a demon. She sat on the 10th earth venerables. Her eyes were extremely sharp. After pausing on Chu Mu's face for a while, she looked at the higher venerables and finally locked onto Qin Aoxian. As if she had sensed Su Yueshi's gaze, Qin Aoxian also looked at her. Her gaze had a sense of transcendence. It was cold and quiet, and its sharpness was restrained. The two women's gazes collided with each other, and invisible sparks bloomed in the void. Everyone seemed to have heard the crackling sound, and their attention was immediately attracted. Among the 100 geniuses, Qin Aoxian and Su Yueshi weren't the only female swordsmen. There were some others, but the two of them were undoubtedly the most eye-catching. One was like a fairy, while the other was like a demon. One was in white, while the other was in black. Black and white contrasted. They were both otherworldly and charming. These two attractive and eye-catching women were facing each other. This scene was very pleasing to the eye. After their gazes collided, they both looked away. The expected conflict didn't happen. The challenges started from the 100th venerables. It was to prevent too many people from causing chaos. Everyone was waiting for the 100th venerables to issue a challenge. They weren't in a hurry. After 15 minutes, the 100th venerables chose their target. I challenged the 90th venerables. Su Yifan looked past everyone and locked onto the 90th venerables. He said loudly, "Fight!" The 90th venerables, Cheng Wuxin, didn't hesitate at all. He stood up immediately, full of battle intent. Su Yifan and Cheng Wuxin moved and left their respective venerables. They appeared in the middle of the empty space and faced each other. There was no need for words. The sword light in their hands flashed, and the sky-piercing saint sword appeared in their hands. They raised their swords and slashed out. Huge sword qi tore through the air, cutting through hundreds of meters of space and the hard ground. As soon as the sword qi appeared, the fluctuations were intense. It tore through the sky and created a storm. Whistling sounds rang out everywhere. After the sword qi, Su Yifan became one with his sword, turning into a sword light. He controlled the sky-piercing saint sword in his hand and pierced towards Cheng Wuxin like a meteor. Cheng Wuxin didn't move. His eyes shone with boundless sharpness. They were like two sharp swords piercing through the void. He locked onto Su Yifan from afar. He slowly raised the sky-piercing saint sword in his hand. It was as if he was dragging it through the void. The light on the sword flowed like water and finally gathered at the tip of the sword. Suddenly, Cheng Wuxin's hand that was holding the sword was raised quickly. It was difficult to see with the naked eye. The sword in his hand slashed out in an instant. Over 100 slashes were made in a breath. Every slash sent out a palm-sized crescent sword aura from the tip of the sword. In an instant, over 100 palm-sized crescent sword auras tore through the air. Over 100 crescent sword auras tore through the air. They were so dense that they blotted out the sky. They were so dense and tyrannical that it made one's scalp tingle. It also made Su Yifan, who was charging at Cheng Wuxin at high speed, change his expression. The sword that he thrust out quickly changed. He brandished it in front of him and shattered the sword auras one after another. Every sword aura contained great power. Every time one of them was shattered, Su Yifan would be stopped once and his speed would drop slightly. After shattering over 100 crescent sword auras, Su Yifan's speed dropped to the lowest. He stopped and raised his qi. His power burst out again and his speed recovered. However, Cheng Wuxin's next round of attacks had already arrived. The huge sword aura was like a meteor that smashed through the air. Everywhere it passed, a gully was plowed in the ground. Cheng Wuxin took this opportunity to perform his best sword technique. Su Yifan's expression turned serious. He also performed his best sword technique. As he waved the sword in his hand, a torrential rain fell from the sky. Every drop of water seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. When they hit the hard ground, a drum-like sound could be heard. As Su Yifan pointed his sword, the torrential rain changed its direction and rushed towards the meteor's sword light. Every drop of rain turned into a sharp sword. It was like a hot knife cutting through butter. Su Yifan was most proficient in the rules of water, while Cheng Wuxin was most proficient in the rules of light. Different powers were displayed under the two's demonstration. They released their own ingenuity and fought fiercely. The other 98 monstrous geniuses all acted as spectators. They directly watched the battle between the two monstrous geniuses. Gul Wankong was still as lazy as before. His eyelids seemed to be opening and closing at the same time. He had a nonchalant attitude. However, he could clearly see the battle between Su Yifan and Cheng Wuxin. Geniuses were all people with strong personalities. Everyone's personality was different. Geniuses were more thorough than ordinary people. This was because they usually didn't care about how others looked at them. Therefore, at this moment, every genius was sitting in a different position. Their expressions were also different. The only thing they had in common was that they were all watching the fierce battle. What they were watching wasn't the final outcome of the battle. They were watching the techniques and strength of the two parties. They wanted to learn from the battle. If there was nothing to learn, they would treat the other party as an imaginary enemy. They would imagine how they would react if they were to fight against the other party, how to counterattack and how to best defeat the other party. Chu Mu divided his attention. One part of it was treating Su Yifan as an imaginary enemy. Another part of it was treating Cheng Wuxin as an imaginary enemy. Another part of it was learning from the battle between the two of them. Another part of it was absorbing the advantages of the battle as much as possible and turning them into his own. An intense battle between monstrous geniuses like this was extremely rare. There was only one chance. The power of a monstrous genius wasn't something that an ordinary swordsman could compare with. Moreover, their battle talent and their grasp of the timing of the battle were far better than an ordinary swordsman's. In a situation where both parties had the same power, a monstrous genius could easily defeat an ordinary swordsman. It wasn't because they were stronger, but because their battle talent and the power that they had grasped were more vivid. Watching a battle between monstrous geniuses wasn't about their power. Instead, it was about their grasp of the power, their grasp of the timing of the battle, their grasp of the various abilities that they had in their application. The flexibility of water and the speed of light were displayed vividly under Su Yifan and Cheng Wuxin's swords. The three great emperors watched from the sky. They nodded their heads occasionally and commented on the battle. In theory, every one of the 120 monstrous geniuses who were able to enter the third stage of the Heaven Youth List contest had the potential to become a great emperor. However, it didn't mean that they would definitely become great emperors in the end. Chapter 1278. Cheng Wuxin became one with his sword and turned into a beam of light that defeated Su Yifan. Su Yifan was defeated and Cheng Wuxin was victorious. Neither of their seats had changed. After an intense battle, the genius in the 99th seat stood up and chose his opponent, the genius in the 83rd seat. It was another intense battle. Everyone was watching it intently and immersed in it. In this battle, the genius in the 99th seat defeated his opponent and successfully ascended to the 83rd seat. As for the defeated genius in the 83rd seat, he was demoted to the 99th seat. The fourth stage of the Sky Youth list, which was also the last stage of the competition, was very straightforward. After this battle, the positions of the Venerables were changed. The third battle of the Venerables began after a pause of a few breaths. The genius in the 98th seat used this period of time to choose his opponent. His opponent was the genius in the 89th seat. In the following battles, the number of Venerables chosen for the opponent wouldn't exceed the number of Venerables by too much. This meant that the difference between the 10 Venerables and the 20 Venerables would be very intense. It was impossible to determine a victor in a short period of time. The difference in strength between the top 100 monstrous geniuses wasn't very obvious. The ranking of the Venerables also had a certain amount of luck involved. Swordsmen, on the other hand, were very good at attacking. They could be said to be incomparably sharp, and their attacks were all-pervasive. Even if two opponents of similar strength were to engage in an incomparably intense battle, it would not last for too long. Once one side grasped the slightest opportunity, victory and defeat would be very likely to be decided immediately. The sharpness of the sword and the sharpness of the sword were fully displayed here. The space at the top of the 100 Venerables mountains seemed to be sliced open one after another. Sword light was dazzling and sharp. It was either domineering and unyielding or strange and gentle. It had different styles, but they were all exquisite beyond compare. Regardless of whether it was a battle of basic sword techniques or a battle of sword techniques, they all attracted the attention of the crowd and caused them to be immersed in it. Fierce battles took place one after another. Sword light and sword shadow remained in the air after each battle, bearing witness to the intensity of the battle. Time passed day by day. The location of the battle was located in the middle of the 100 thrones. There was a special rule that allowed the geniuses to fight to their heart's content. Even if they were killed, they would be resurrected on the thrones. Even if they were exhausted from the battle, they would be able to recover their strength in a short period of time after returning to the thrones. The seat of honor possessed incredible divine power. Not only could it revive the geniuses and allow them to recover their cultivation in an extremely short period of time, it also had a miraculous effect on the cultivation and comprehension of the geniuses. It was very obvious. Moreover, the higher the seat of honor, the more obvious it was. It was as if there was a miraculous power within it. The 32nd battle was initiated by the genius in the 68th seat of honor. He had been challenged before, but he had defeated his opponent with his overwhelming strength and retained his seat. His plan was to surpass even more seats of honor, defeat his opponent, and occupy a higher seat. Therefore, the genius in the 68th seat, Qinhaoyi, challenged the genius in the 24th seat, Guanlin, the first god's child of Heavenly Sword Hall, Guanlin. Qinhaoyi's cultivation was at the peak of the second sky of Nirvana realm. Guanlin's cultivation was also at the peak of the second sky of Nirvana realm. They were evenly matched in terms of cultivation. Let's get to know each other. My name is Qinhaoyi. Qinhaoyi stood opposite Guanlin. His eyes were filled with admiration and undisguised adoration. It was obvious that Qinhaoyi had taken a fancy to Guanlin. He was very interested in this valiant beauty. Guanlin's expression was calm. Her gaze was also calm. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, I hope to be friends with you. Qinhaoyi's tone didn't hide his affection for Guanlin. Please, Guanlin said. A sword appeared in her hand. Qinhaoyi smiled. With the sword in his hand, he looked very gentlemanly. He let Guanlin make the first move. Once Guanlin made her move, his expression changed slightly. Guanlin's sword and sword technique were like a powerful army. Once she made her move, there were thousands of murderous intents. Qinhaoyi felt as if he had traveled through time and space. He was in a vast battlefield. Yellow sand covered thousands of miles. The desert was filled with smoke. Countless soldiers were charging at each other. Chen Howie seemed to have transformed into a soldier. He stared ahead and saw a lithe and iron-blooded figure wielding a long sword. She swept through the battlefield like a goddess of war, invincible. Under her sword, no one could withstand a single exchange of blows. His battle intent surged. Chen Howie's eyes shone brightly. He raised his sword and rushed forward. He started a fierce battle with Guan Lin. The facts proved that Guan Lin didn't obtain the 24th seat by luck. Chen Howie was indeed inferior to her. In the end, after a fierce battle, he was killed by Guan Lin's sword. He lost. Godchild Guan is indeed powerful. I admit defeat. Chen Howie appeared on the 68th seat. He cupped his hands and said sincerely to Guan Lin, "You flatter me." Guan Lin's response was very simple. She didn't pay much attention to him. Guan Lin won and retained the 24th seat. Next, it was the 67th seat's turn. His opponent was the 53rd seat. After a fierce battle, he defeated his opponent and successfully ascended to the 53rd seat. His opponent, on the other hand, was demoted to the 67th seat. Fierce battles continued one after another. It was too much for the spectators to take in. They were immersed in the battle and couldn't extricate themselves. The battles continued, and finally, it was the turn of the 27th seat's genius. The 27th seat's genius was the one who purposely attacked Chu Mu because of Su Yueshi. He was the one with a pair of devilish purple eyes. This person's name was Zi. He was also a great emperor's successor and admired Su Yueshi. Therefore, when he saw Su Yueshi, he asked for Chu Mu's name and paid attention to Chu Mu. After knowing who Chu Mu was, he started to attack Chu Mu to teach him a lesson. Zi Yi's eyes flickered with purple light. It contained a devilish light as it flashed across the faces of the two geniuses. In the end, it landed on Chu Mu's face and locked onto Chu Mu. A devilish light flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. "The person I want to challenge is the 18th seat," Zi said loudly. Traces of battle intent pierced through the void and locked onto Chu Mu. The 18th seat's genius was Chu Mu. Facing Ziyi's challenge, Chu Mu wasn't surprised. During the competition of speed, he knew that this devilish purple-eyed youth would definitely find trouble with him. Sure enough, this was a good opportunity, and Zi wouldn't let it go. Defeating him and occupying his seat was definitely what Zi wanted to do the most. However, Chu Mu wouldn't let him succeed. Chu Mu didn't refuse Ziyi's challenge. He had enough confidence in his own strength. Moreover, everyone had 3 chances to challenge. Even if he lost to Ziyi, he could still challenge 3 more times. His ranking wouldn't be too low. The 2 figures flashed and left the seats, appearing in the middle of the battle space. They faced each other from afar. Chu Mu's cultivation was at the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. However, it was difficult to sense his cultivation in the aspect of body cultivation. Therefore, many people didn't know that Chu Mu wasn't only at the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. He was also at the peak of the first sky of body cultivation. Comparatively speaking, Ziyi's cultivation was higher. He was at the beginning of the 3rd sky of Qi cultivation. However, Ziyi only cultivated Qi cultivation and didn't have any cultivation in the aspect of body cultivation. Some geniuses guessed that the difference between Chu Mu's cultivation and Ziyi's cultivation was too great. Gu Wangkong, Qi Naoxian, and the others thought differently. They felt that Chu Mu's strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. Chu Mu was able to surpass Gu Wangkong on the Heaven Ascension list of the Azure Sky virtual world and be ranked first. His talent in battle was extraordinary. Although his cultivation wasn't as high as Ziyi's, it didn't mean that his strength was weaker than Ziyi's. There should be an exciting battle to watch. Therefore, when Chu Mu was going to fight, Su Yueshi, Lian Hongyan, Yang Zhantian, Qi Naoxian, Gu Wankong, and the others were all paying close attention. Their attitudes were also quite proper. They valued Chu Mu enough and wanted to see Chu Mu's strength with their own eyes. The two faced each other from afar. Ziyi's lips curled up into a cold smile. A purple sword appeared in his hand. The spine of the sword was black, as if it could devour all light. It emitted a chilling aura that made one shudder. Without saying anything, Ziyi's sword moved. In a flash, countless sword shadows appeared. As they overlapped, they turned into countless sword light. They mercilessly cut through the void and slashed towards Chu Mu. They seemed to want to cut Chu Mu into pieces. Chu Mu was not afraid at all. Ziyi's cultivation technique was not weak and had reached the divine level. However, compared to the divine wilderness sword origin, there was still a gap. Moreover, Ziyi did not have any cultivation in the aspect of body cultivation. He was only in the qi cultivation realm. Although he was obviously better than Chu Mu in terms of qi cultivation realm, in close combat his absolute strength was not much better than Chu Mu's. It could be said that they were evenly matched and did not have the upper hand. The sky-beheading sword appeared in Chu Mu's hand. Chu Mu's wrist shook and the sky-beheading sword trembled. A buzzing sound was heard, making one's scalp tingle. It was as if there were countless bees flying around. The buzzing sound constantly entered one's ears and made one's eardrums itch. The sky-beheading sword turned into countless streaks of light and slashed out from Chu Mu's hand. The streaks of sword light were extremely fast and sharp, as if they could cut through the void. They shattered the sword shadows that Ziyi had slashed out and made a very sharp counterattack. Everyone's eyes were focused on the battle. They watched it more carefully than the previous battles. This was because the two sides were not only high-ranked, but one of them was also the first on the Heaven Ascension list. Chapter 1279. I will show you how powerful I am, Ziyi said coldly. Ziyi said coldly. His words became erratic, as if in an instant they came from all directions and were everywhere. His figure flashed, and in front of Chu Mu's eyes, illusionary afterimages appeared one after another. It was hard to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Illusory afterimages circled around from all directions. Each of the illusory afterimages contained a chilling sword light. As they flickered, they carried a sharp killing intent. It's the law of illusion, someone said in shock. The law of illusion was a type of law of heaven and earth. It was a rare law, and it wasn't easy to comprehend. Once Ziyi's law of illusion was unleashed, countless illusions appeared, and it was hard to tell which was the real one. There were countless sharp sword light, and each of them seemed to be real and fake at the same time. However, Chu Mu didn't dare to underestimate the murderous intent. It was hard to tell with the naked eye. Even when he used his spiritual sense, it was also blocked. This shocked Chu Mu. The law of illusion was indeed powerful. Ziyi's law of illusion had indeed reached a very high level. You are no match for me. Ziyi's voice sounded and merged with the law of illusion. It made his voice even more erratic and illusory. It was as if he was everywhere and there was nothing he couldn't hear. His vision was disrupted, and even his mental strength was disrupted. Chu Mu simply closed his eyes. The world in front of him was shrouded in darkness and disappeared. He actually closed his eyes. What is he going to do? Many geniuses were puzzled when they saw Chu Mu closing his eyes. Even if they were geniuses, their eyes were extremely useful in a battle. Without their eyes, unless they had undergone special training, their strength would be greatly affected. Gul Wankong's expression turned serious. His half-lying body sat up a little, and an interested expression appeared on his face. It was as if he wanted to see how Ziyi, who had his eyes closed, would deal with Ziyi's law of illusion. They didn't know about the existence of sword masters. Naturally, they didn't know about the 5 realms of sword skills. Looking at the sword made Chu Mu's eyes even sharper. Listening to the sword fully unearthed the potential of his ears. Touching the sword raised the perception of his skin to the extreme. As for the last sword intent, it was extremely mysterious. At present, Chu-Mu still had no clue how to get started. However, to deal with Ziyi's illusion law, the combination of listening to the sword and touching the sword was enough. The law of illusion, it was still the law of illusion. Although Ziyi's law of illusion was profound, it had yet to reach the level of being able to freely change between illusion and reality. Therefore, when Chu-Mu closed his eyes, the world before his eyes disappeared, and all the movements in the wind and grass appeared even more clearly in his ears. The world that he heard with his ears seemed to be clearer. The world that he felt with his skin and hair seemed to be more real. In the eyes of others, Ziyi had many illusions, and it was difficult to distinguish the real one. However, under Chu-Mu's listening to the sword light and touching the sword, Ziyi's illusions disappeared one by one. In the end, only the real one was left. It flew towards Chu-Mu in a strange and twisted path. The sword light was faintly discernible. It seemed to be illusory but also real. The sword light flickered, but was extremely sharp. A sinister smile flashed across Ziyi's face. His sword was about to pierce Chu-Mu's heart from the back. Soon, Ziyi's grin froze on his face. His face was filled with astonishment. The sword that he thought would definitely kill had been blocked. The tip of his sword had pierced into the spine of one of the swords. Immediately after, the spine of the sword trembled. It was like a dragon rising and falling. A tyrannical, vibrating force burst forth, causing Ziyi's sword to bend. The powerful, vibrating force hit his palm and went straight to his arm, causing him to feel numb. At the same time, the sword in front of him turned into a tyrannical sword light. It was as if it could cut a mountain. Ziyi's face instantly changed, and he hurriedly retreated. After avoiding Chu-Mu's counterattack, Ziyi immediately launched an attack. As someone who could be ranked in the top 20, his talent and strength were extraordinary. If he hadn't encountered the spatial barriers set up by Gu Luankong, he might not have been ranked higher than 20. This was a powerful opponent. Chu-Mu didn't underestimate Ziyi. He also didn't dare to underestimate Zi. Facing Ziyi, Chu-Mu brought out his true strength. After crossing the Blackwater Lake, when Chu-Mu counterattacked or interfered with his opponent, he basically used the law of lightning. His law of lightning had reached the pinnacle of the minute subtlety realm, and he had used it many times. Moreover, after seeing how the other geniuses used the law of lightning, his mind was more open, and he could use it more freely. The law of illusion was soundless and unpredictable, while the law of thunder was vast and mighty. The two sword techniques slashed at each other. It was a battle of basic sword techniques and a battle of middle heaven-level sword techniques. The heaven-level sword technique that Ziyi cultivated was mainly based on the law of illusion. It was called the Great Illusion Sword Technique. Once the Great Illusion Sword Technique was executed, countless Great Illusion Sword Chi shot out. Each of the sword Chi had an illusory and hazy feeling, floating and unpredictable. It filled the surrounding air, causing the space to become somewhat illusory, as if it wasn't real. The Great Illusion Sword Chi wasn't strong directly. Its strength lay in the illusion. It contained the law of illusion and could cause illusions and disturb one's mind. When the first move of the Great Illusion Sword Technique was executed, the sword light exploded. The world around Chu-Mu suddenly changed, turning into a world filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. The scenery was so beautiful that it made people forget to leave. They were immersed in it and couldn't extricate themselves. It was as if they felt that such a beautiful scenery should be lived like this until the end of the world. As soon as this thought arose, Chu-Mu felt that something was wrong. This kind of feeling would make one lose the will to progress and be immersed in the beautiful scenery. It would wear down one's mind and will, and eventually make one a cripple. Sword intent erupted and the illusion was shattered. Chu Mu executed the thunder prison break and made a powerful counterattack. Lightning surged in the sky and flames burned. The land was scorched for thousands of miles and smoke filled the air. Chu Mu's cultivation had reached the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. All kinds of forces of heaven and earth had also reached the peak of minute subtlety. The power of the thunder prison break was extremely strong. The powerful counterattack made Zi Yi's expression change drastically. It was as if he was struck by lightning as he continuously waved his sword to defend. Chu Mu's counterattack was too fast and fierce. Zi Yi was slightly injured in an instant. "You actually injured me." Zi Yi seemed to be enraged when he was injured. His face became cold and his eyes suddenly emitted a rich purple light, becoming even more demonic. Zi Yi was enraged. He wanted to use his full strength. His eyes caused Chu Mu to be wary. Zi Yi is finally going to show his true strength. A genius who knew Zi better laughed. It turned out that Zi Yi's previous battle with Chu Mu was not his true strength. The purple light in Zi Yi's eyes became even brighter. It was like a sword that was about to shoot out. In the next moment, Zi Yi's eyes seemed to bulge out. Two dreamy purple lights flew out and pierced through the void. The speed was extremely fast and exceeded Chu Mu's reaction speed. In an instant, two purple rays of light entered Chu Mu's eyes, straight into his mental world. Chu Mu activated his sword intent and other attacks, but he discovered that his sword intent and other powers were useless. The two purple rays of light were like smoke, illusory and illusory. He simply couldn't touch them. Zi Yi's eyes were innate. They were called the purple light demonic eyes and contained a mysterious power. When the purple light entered the spiritual world, it began to create illusions. Chu Mu did not even feel the slightest bit of it. He was suddenly placed in a perfect world. It was an extremely beautiful scenery. The mountains were clear, the water was clear, and hundreds of flowers were everywhere. There were also beauties in muslin dresses, dancing among the flowers. They were like fairies and full of temptation. Everything was so natural that it made people think that it was real, and they believed that it was real. Chu Mu admired it like this and felt extremely comfortable. It was pleasing to the eye, causing him to linger on. This was even more brilliant than the great illusion sword technique Zi Yi had used before. In the outside world, Zi Yi's sword pierced out. The purple sword light was dreamy and blurred, but it also contained a terrifying sharpness. It tore through everything, penetrated everything, and was indestructible. It wanted to assassinate Chu Mu with this sword. The few divine princes became nervous. In the face of Zi Yi's sword, Chu Mu did not move at all. It was as if he had become a statue. Chu Mu did not care about what was happening in the outside world. His mind was still immersed in the beautiful scenery and beauties. It is indeed beautiful, but it's all fake. In the illusory world, time could be long or short. It could be 1,000 years in a breath, or 1,000 years in a breath. In the beginning, Chu Mu was indeed confused and wanted to stay here until eternity. However, his soul was stronger than others, and his sword intent had also reached the peak of the divine realm. His resistance to illusions was very strong. After the interference of the great illusion sword technique, he had a certain degree of adaptability and could react. The illusory world in front of him was collapsing and disintegrating. The regret in Chu Mu's eyes disappeared and was replaced by a trace of coldness. When he opened his eyes, a demonic purple sword light arrived in an instant. It was already close to his forehead, as if it wanted to pierce through Chu Mu's forehead and crush his brain. This sword light was too fast. Chu Mu was pierced through from his forehead to his brain. Many people revealed a look of pity in their eyes. However, Gu Wankong's eyes emitted a sharp light, as if he was surprised. He even sat up. This kind of reaction was different from the others. Chu Mu's figure shattered and disappeared under the demonic purple sword light. He reappeared not far away. Ziyi's sure kill attack missed. His face was filled with astonishment. For a moment, he thought that he had killed Chu Mu, but he didn't expect that his attack would miss. Chu Mu dodged it. How did he dodge? Ziyi was very surprised. He only felt a trace of strange energy. Fluctuation flashed by, and Chu Mu dodged it. He even grasped the power of space law. Gu Huankong's body leaned back on the chair, and he became lazy again. Chapter 1280. Gu Huankong was most proficient in the law of space. When he discovered that Chu Mu had also grasped the law of space and had even reached the peak of the minute subtlety, he was shocked and became even more interested in Chu Mu. The purple light demonic eye was Ziyi's innate ability. Anyone who was hit by it would fall into a beautiful illusion and be unable to extricate themselves. It was also because of the purple light demonic eye that he was able to study the law of illusion so deeply. The law of illusion and the purple light demonic eye were Ziyi's proudest abilities. He believed that even the monstrous geniuses, sitting in the top 10 seats, wouldn't be able to do anything against his purple light demonic eye. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to deal with Chu Mu. He didn't expect Chu Mu's soul power to be so much stronger than his. Even though the purple light demonic eye couldn't do anything to Chu Mu, Ziyi didn't give up. He used the great illusion sword art again to attack Chu Mu. However, most of his abilities were in the purple light demonic eye and were ineffective. His other abilities weren't as strong. However, this not as strong was relative. Compared to Chu Mu, Ziyi was slightly inferior. After an intense battle, Ziyi unleashed a rank 3 sword force. Chu Mu also used rank 3 sword force and slowly suppressed Ziyi. In the end, Ziyi was defeated. Ziyi's eyes were filled with unwillingness after being defeated. Chu Mu won and kept his seat. Ziyi lost and couldn't become a seat of honor. The next battle between the seats of honor soon began. When the 20th seat of honor issued a challenge, his name was Song Tianhua. His gaze slowly swept across the faces of the higher seats of honor, looking for an opponent. For example, since Chu Mu had already been challenged, he couldn't issue a challenge again. His gaze slowly moved towards the higher seats of honor and landed on the monstrous geniuses in the top 10 seats. Looking at Song Tianhua's gaze, it seemed like he wanted to challenge the top 10 monstrous geniuses. Until now, no one had issued a challenge to the top 10 monstrous geniuses. Everyone couldn't help but become excited. I want a challenge. Song Tianhua finally made his decision and slowly said, "The 8th seat of honor." "As you wish." The freak in the 8th seat was named Fang Tianqiong, and from the look on his face, he seemed a bit excited. After sitting there for so long, watching one intense battle after another, he was especially interested in the strength of some of the geniuses. His hands itched, and he couldn't wait to make a move. Song Tianhua and Fang Tianqiong appeared in the middle, facing each other from a distance. The sky-piercing saint sword was in their hands, and the sword's blade radiated a sharp light. Sword chi vast sky. Song Tianhua and Fang Tianqiong made their moves without any probing attacks. Instead, they directly used their most powerful sword moves. Countless sword chi shot out, whistling in all directions. The sky was dyed with a layer of red. It was not the red of blood, but the red of fire. The temperature of the air rose rapidly, as if it could melt steel into molten iron in a single breath. Fang Tianqiong had used this sword technique, and its power was astonishing. The sky seemed to be burning, and everything was about to be turned into ashes. Song Tianhua was shocked, and he hurriedly used a powerful sword technique. Snowflakes filled the sky, covering the sky and covering the earth. The temperature of the air dropped, and the cold and hot collided. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and countless white smoke spiraled into the air. Cold and hot, snowflakes and heavenly flames constantly collided. Everyone realized that Song Tianhua's strength was on par with Fang Tianqiong's. The intense battle was back and forth, and it was extremely intense. For a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Regardless of whether the two of them were using a basic sword technique or a heaven rank sword technique, they were all extremely exquisite and powerful. Everyone was unable to take their eyes off them. Chu Mu was also staring the entire time, carefully analyzing and putting himself in their shoes. Gradually, the two seemed to be fighting for real. They used all kinds of abilities. Snowflakes filled the sky, and heavenly flames wreaked havoc. Each of them even activated a third-level sword force. Chu Mu realized that all these monstrous geniuses had grasped sword force. The lowest was at the second level, and the most were at the third level. As for whether they had reached the fourth level, Chu Mu felt that other than himself, there should be others who had grasped the fourth-level sword force. It was just that he hadn't seen them yet. Under the third-level sword force, the power of the sword technique would increase by 4 times. Every sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky and crush the earth. Heavenly lightning, earthly flames, snowflakes, and frost were everywhere. The collision of power was shocking. If you only have this level of strength, you're going to lose. Song Tianhua's face was full of excitement as he said in high spirits, "Then you're definitely going to lose." Fang Tianqiong smiled in response. She suddenly raised her hand, and Song Tianhua's eyebrows jumped. He had a bad feeling. A tyrannical power exploded from Fang Tianqiong's body. This power was filled with high temperature, as if it wanted to burn everything into ashes. That power was a faint red color. It spread out in an instant like a huge ball. In an instant, it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Song Tianhua couldn't dodge at all and was directly enveloped. This faint red ball released a shocking fluctuation of the rules of fire. Immediately afterward, within the pale red sphere, a raging fire appeared out of thin air following Fang Tianqiong's thoughts. The flame was extremely hot, burning fiercely and surrounding the sphere. Song Tianhua's expression changed drastically as he felt the temperature around him rise rapidly. The high temperature made his mouth dry up. Even after releasing the power of the rules of ice, it was difficult to resist. "You've actually cultivated the fire force field." Song Tianhua was shocked. Every kind of power of heaven and earth had a corresponding force field that could be cultivated. A force field was actually a unique power that could be activated when one's mastery of the power of heaven and earth reached a certain level. It just required a corresponding method. With a cultivation force field, once it was released, it could form a suppression of the power of heaven and earth against an opponent who didn't have a force field. Just like now, when Fang Tianqiong released her fire force field, it immediately suppressed Song Tianhua. Song Tianhua's strength didn't surpass Fang Tianqiong's. At most, they were on par. Song Tianhua's rules of ice had only reached the peak of the minute subtlety. He hadn't broken through to the minute subtlety level, which was very difficult. At their age, there were very few people who could reach the minute subtlety level of mastery of the rules of heaven and earth. Fang Tianqiong happened to be one of them. As soon as the fire force field was released, Song Tianhua's strongest ice force field was immediately suppressed. His snow force field was also clearly suppressed. Song Tianhua's strength was clearly reduced. After Fang Tianqiong released the fire force field, her fire force field had clearly increased in power. Song Tianhua was suddenly at a disadvantage. After another round of battle, Song Tianhua tried his best, but he was still suppressed by Fang Tianqiong. Fang Tianqiong's advantage was obvious. In the end, Song Tianhua was defeated. The next battle was the challenge of the genius from the 19th seat. His opponent was the genius from the 9th seat. An intense battle ensued, similar to the battle between Song Tianhua and Fang Tianqiong. Both sides were evenly matched, but in the end, the genius from the 9th seat of the high nobility used his force field. As soon as his force field appeared, He immediately suppressed his opponent and increased his own strength. After a while, the gap between their strengths became obvious. The genius from the 9th seat of the high nobility defeated the genius from the 19th seat of the high nobility. The next battle was the turn of the genius from the 18th seat. The genius from the 18th seat was Chu Mu. Among the crowd, Chu Mu was undoubtedly the most eye-catching one. The attention he received was no less than the top 10 geniuses. This was because Chu Mu's performance in the Azure Sky illusory world had left a deep impression on everyone. Who will he choose as his opponent? Many people were guessing. The demons in the top 10 seats also looked at Chu Mu with expectant gazes. Yang Zhantian and Lian Hongyun's eyes carried traces of fighting intent. Defeating Chu Mu would give them a greater sense of achievement. Su Yueshi looked at Chu Mu provocatively. This kind of gaze was very tempting. However, Chu Mu wasn't tempted. He was thinking calmly. Qi Naoxian's indifferent and cold eyes paused on Chu Mu's face for a while before moving away. Gul Wankong's eyes narrowed slightly and landed on Chu Mu's face. I forfeit. Chu Mu's gaze swept across everyone's faces. Then he said something that shocked everyone. Are you sure? Great Emperor Su asked. Everyone only has 3 chances to challenge. Forfeiting means losing 1 chance. There are only 2 chances left. I'm sure. Chu Mu replied with certainty. All right, the 18th seat forfeits. The 17th seat will choose their opponent. Great Emperor Su said. He didn't interfere with Chu Mu's decision. Everyone was confused. However, Chu Mu had his own thoughts. He was in the 18th seat of the high nobility. The 17th to 11th seats of the high nobility had already been challenged, so he no longer had the chance to challenge them. Now that the 8th and 9th seats of the high nobility had been challenged, he could only challenge the 1st to 7th and 10th seats of the high nobility. After witnessing the strength of the 8th and 9th seat, Chu Mu wasn't confident that he could defeat them. This was because the force field was very strong. Moreover, the top 10 geniuses were all at least in the middle stage of the 3rd sky of the Nirvana realm. Their cultivation was profound and they could control the force field. They weren't easy to deal with. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that after the battle with Ze, Chu Mu's cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st sky of the Nirvana realm. He had completely consolidated it. He could feel the opportunity for a breakthrough. If he forcefully suppressed this opportunity, it wouldn't be so easy the next time. Therefore, he forfeited. He wanted to make a breakthrough here. He wanted to make a breakthrough in both cultivation and body at the same time to reach the 2nd sky of the Nirvana realm. The early stage of the 2nd sky of the Nirvana realm and the peak of the 1st sky of the Nirvana realm were only separated by a fine line. However, the difference in strength was very obvious. If Chu Mu could successfully make a breakthrough, his strength would definitely increase by a lot. At that time, he would be more confident in facing the top 10 geniuses. Chapter 1281. The 17th seat of honor challenged the 10th seat of honor, Su Yueshi. As soon as Su Yueshi stepped onto the stage, she immediately unleashed her terrifying strength. She released a dark force field that enveloped the entire area. The 17th High Priest's law of heaven and earth was instantly suppressed. He wasn't Su Yueshi's opponent at all. He was defeated by her attacks. Su Yueshi's fighting style was extremely violent with a hint of devilishness. It was as if people couldn't help but look at her. Her graceful figure, her cold and charming expression, her emotionless and ever-changing sword tip. It was unknown how many people were secretly moved by her. After defeating her opponent, Su Yueshi's beautiful eyes seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on Chu Mu's face. When she met Chu Mu's gaze, it wasn't gentle, it was cold. Chu Mu couldn't help being speechless, but he didn't think too much about it because he was preparing. The 16th seat genius also issued a challenge. His opponent was Lian Hongyun. Before their fight even began, a powerful aura suddenly surged out of Chu Mu's body. Everyone, including the three great sovereigns, was attracted by it. The battle didn't start. The three great emperors all showed pensive expressions before coming to a realization. They immediately understood why Chu Mu had given up on the challenge and missed the opportunity. The reason was because of this. The opportunity to break through had arrived. If he forcefully suppressed it, it wouldn't be so easy for him to break through next time. Breaking through depended on an opportunity. If one didn't have the opportunity to break through forcefully, it would be easy to get into trouble. If the opportunity was there, it would be a matter of course. However, if one forcefully suppressed the breakthrough, they would lose an opportunity. Who knew when the next opportunity would come? It might be soon, or it might be very slow. Chu Mu urgently needed strength. Therefore, even if he lost a chance to challenge someone, he had to increase his strength as quickly as possible without any repercussions. Actually, there were 3 chances to challenge someone, but that was for those who weren't confident. For those who were confident, 1 chance was enough. If you couldn't, then you couldn't. If you weren't strong enough, then no matter how many chances you had, it would be useless. Chu Mu wanted to break through, causing quite a commotion. Everyone was paying attention to him. Our battle will be held later. Lian Hongyan spoke to her opponent with a smile on her face and a casual tone. However, there was a hint of unwillingness in her tone. On the 18th throne, Chu Mu's body surged with an incomparably tyrannical power. That power came from the deepest part of his body and was unstoppable. Chu Mu's body began to shatter from his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Chu Mu could clearly feel his body shattering. From the inside to the outside, everything turned into flesh and blood. Large amounts of nirvana chi continuously scoured Chu Mu's flesh and blood, scouring and cleansing over and over again, causing the impurities in Chu Mu's flesh and blood to become increasingly pure. This should be a rather terrifying scene. A living person had turned into a pile of flesh and blood. However, the surroundings were shrouded in light, making it look a little blurry. Moreover, the nirvana chi was shuttling through the flesh and blood, so it didn't look bloody. Breaking through to the nirvana realm was not that simple. Normally, it would take a long time, at least 2 or 3 days. First, the nirvana chi was used to refine the flesh and blood, which required a certain amount of time. After the refinement of the flesh and blood, the reconstruction of the body required even more time. Luckily, everyone wasn't lacking in time. Hence, they weren't in a hurry. Instead, they calmly watched Chu Mu's breakthrough. After about a day, Chu Mu's flesh and blood finally reached its limit under the continuous cleansing of the nirvana chi. At this moment, the reconstruction of the body was about to begin. Whistling sounds could be heard, and countless gusts of wind blew in from all directions. The wind and clouds in the sky changed, gathering above the 100 godly mountains. Everyone on the other side of the lake could see this change, and they were all astonished. What's happening? Such a huge commotion. What's going on? Apart from being stunned, everyone was extremely puzzled. Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the sky above the 100 sacred mountains. The wind and clouds changed. Countless white clouds moved with the wind and moved towards the top of the 100 Gods mountain. The top of the 100 Gods mountain became the center and focal point. Countless white clouds gathered and slowly rotated. The chi of heaven and earth also moved with the wind from all directions, turning into white airflows that could be seen by the naked eye. The celestial sword star was originally an ancient planet of life. It was a super planet of life. The chi of heaven and earth on it was not only very rich, but also very pure. It was a planet of life that was very suitable for cultivation. However, on this planet of life, there weren't as many swordsmen as on other super planets of life. This was because it was under the control of the heavenly sword hall. When swordsmen cultivated, they had to absorb the chi of heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth was produced by the planet of life. The larger the planet of life, the richer and purer the chi of heaven and earth. However, when there were many people cultivating under the continuous absorption, the chi of heaven and earth would be affected after a long period of time. As an ancient superplanet of life, the celestial sword star had its unique symbolic meaning. Therefore, it had to be protected. Most of the people who lived on the celestial sword star were ordinary people. Some of them didn't have high cultivation, while some had extremely high cultivation. For example, there were a few great emperors guarding the celestial sword star. The cultivation of the great emperors had reached the level where they didn't need to absorb the chi of heaven and earth from the planet of life. It wouldn't affect the planet of life. The chi of heaven and earth was pure and rich. It was also very helpful for Chu Mu's breakthrough. A cloud of chi of heaven and earth started to gather in the sky above the 100 sacred mountains. Everyone's attention was immediately attracted to it. The moment the cloud of chi of heaven and earth appeared, it immediately reached 4 miles. It reached 4 miles the moment it gathered. Not bad. Great Emperor Bosu and the other two looked and nodded. The whistling sound continued. Streaks of chi of heaven and earth gathered. They were at least as thick as a muscular man's waist. In the sky above, it was like a roaring dragon. It was as if 10,000 dragons had been summoned. The chi of heaven and earth within 4 miles expanded rapidly. The speed was extremely fast. Soon it reached 5 miles. It expanded rapidly to 6 miles and then 7 miles. That's chi of heaven and earth. Is someone breaking through? Everyone who was watching from afar finally reacted. This scene was very similar to when a Nirvana realm cultivator was breaking through. Isn't the seat of honor challenge ongoing? Why is someone breaking through? Soon, the chi of heaven and earth above the 100 sacred mountains expanded to 9 miles. 9 miles wasn't bad, but no one was shocked. This was expected. If it was a 9 miles, they would suspect that Chu Mu's ranking in the sky azure ethereal world was fake. Among the 100 monstrous geniuses present, the chi of heaven and earth could reach 9 miles when they broke through to the Nirvana realm. For example, Guan Lin's chi of heaven and earth was less than 9 miles. Of course, it didn't mean that the bigger the chi of heaven and earth, the higher the seat of honor ranking. Some geniuses who were ranked below Guan Lin might have a chi of heaven and earth that surpassed Guan Lin. The size of the chi of heaven and earth represented one's potential and future achievements. 8 miles and 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth might be different. After all, one's future achievements didn't only depend on one's talent and potential. It was also related to external factors. Of course, the bigger the chi of heaven and earth, the greater the potential, which was always a good thing. Then, a shocking scene appeared. After the chi of heaven and earth reached 9 miles, it didn't stop. Instead, it continued to absorb the rich chi of heaven and earth. The chi of heaven and earth seemed to transform into a roaring flood dragon that constantly poured into the chi of heaven and earth, causing the chi of heaven and earth to continue expanding. 9 miles, 9 miles, 9 miles, 9 miles. Every time the chi of heaven and earth expanded, it represented Chu Mu's potential. Soon, the chi of heaven and earth above Chu Mu's chi of heaven and earth reached 7 miles. Among the 100 monstrous geniuses present, there were 30 or 40 who could reach 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth. However, only the top 10 monstrous geniuses were able to reach 7 miles of chi of heaven and earth. The potential that Chu Mu had displayed now was enough to convince people. He was indeed comparable to the top 10 monstrous geniuses. The chi of heaven and earth once again expanded, reaching 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth. This caused another shock because there were only 3 people who could reach 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth. Can it reach 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth? Someone couldn't help but have this thought. 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth was the limit. Since ancient times, there were very few people who could reach it. Among the people present, only Gul Wankong's chi of heaven and earth reached 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth when he broke through. Therefore, Gulwankong was looking forward to it. The chi of heaven and earth above the 100 sacred mountains was still expanding bit by bit. 9 miles of chi, 9 miles of chi, he has reached the limit. I have witnessed a miracle. A super monstrous genius has been born. The 9 li 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 gu. Wankong sat up straight again. His eyes were wide open, shooting out a bright light. Traces of battle intent rose from his body, but quickly disappeared. This wasn't the end. The first chi of heaven and earth reached 9 miles of chi of heaven and earth, which was the limit, and a new chi of heaven and earth appeared beside it. When one broke through to the first sky of Nirvana realm, one chi of heaven and earth appeared. When one broke through to the second sky of Nirvana realm, 2 chi of heaven and earth appeared. When the first chi of heaven and earth reached the limit, the second chi of heaven and earth would appear and grow to the limit of the first chi of heaven and earth. When the second chi of heaven and earth appeared, it started from the beginning and rapidly increased to 1 mile. In the blink of an eye, it reached 2 miles, then 3 miles, then 4 miles. The speed of growth slowed down when it reached 4 miles, but it was still very fast. Tens of thousands of chi of heaven and earth dragons came from all directions as if they were worshipping the Dragon King. Whistling sounds echoed in all directions as if the heavens and earth were shaking. This vast momentum shocked countless people. When the people in the distance saw the huge chi of heaven and earth, they were all stunned. Chapter 1282. The 9 li 9 yuan chi clouds, 2 of which were arranged in a straight line, floated above the 100 divine mountains. They slowly rotated, covering an area of 10 li, close to 20 li. They emitted an incomparably dense heaven and earth yuan chi fluctuation, causing people's hearts to tremble. Both of his origin chi clouds have reached 9 miles. How terrifying! He is a super monster. It seems like he is about to break through to the second sky of Nirvana realm. Among the 100 monstrous geniuses participating in the Supreme Seat Challenge, there aren't many who are only at the peak of the first sky of Nirvana realm. There should only be one who can reach 9 miles, 9 clouds. That's right, I think so too. In summary, I think everyone should know this person's name. It was unknown who was the first to say the 2 words Chu-mu. In an instant, it was as if a huge storm had swept out. Everyone knew about it. In a short period of time, it had spread throughout the entire divine sword planet. Furthermore, the news had spread beyond the divine sword planet. It had swept through the entire galaxy, then spread to other galaxies, and then to other galaxies. The speed at which the news spread was simply too astonishing. So powerful. His origin energy cloud has actually reached 9 miles and 9 miles. It's hard to imagine. I already knew that Chu-mu was extraordinary, but I didn't expect him to exceed my expectations. Isn't it just a 9 li 9 yuan chi cloud? It's not like no one has ever achieved it before. What's there to be proud of? This was undisguised jealousy. Regardless of whether it was envy, admiration, worship, or jealousy, Chu-mu's breakthrough on the 100 sacred mountains had shaken the entire galaxy. The people of the 5 Elements Sword Sect felt very proud. The Heavenly Sword Hall, especially the main Divine Hall, also felt very proud. This kid, Great Emperor Bo Su, looked at the huge yuan chi cloud in the sky and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. You have a good plan. The middle-aged Great Emperor laughed. Making a breakthrough in cultivation was not an easy matter. If someone forcefully interfered with the breakthrough, it was very likely that the breakthrough would fail. Therefore, the breakthrough would usually be done in a more secretive and safe place. The 100 Sacred Mountain was not a secret, but it was absolutely safe. This was because the 3 great emperors were here. They wouldn't allow Chu to be disturbed. They would protect Chu. No matter how secretive and safe a place was, it couldn't be compared to a place guarded by 3 great emperors. This was a great opportunity. Chu naturally wouldn't let it go. Next, 2 clouds of yuan qi descended and nourished Chu flesh and blood, causing his flesh and blood to regenerate. However, there was no movement even after a long time, causing people to be puzzled. They did not understand what was going on. Great monarch Bosu and the other 2 also raised their heads to look at the sky. They frowned slightly as they couldn't tell what was going on. Why was there a delay? Could it be that it's not over yet? A thought popped into his mind. Gul Wangkong was also confused. Then, as if he had thought of something, he came to a realization. As expected, great monarch Bosu and the other 2 suddenly raised their heads. Their gazes became deep and distant. It was as though they had seen through the 2 clouds of yuan qi and looked at the vast sky. They were looking at the starry sky beyond the sky. At that moment, there were some starships flying in the boundless starry sky outside the Holy Sword Star. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise from the starships. It attracted everyone's attention, and they gathered at the windows of the starships to look out. Beams of starlight came from nowhere and shot over from afar like meteors. It looked like a meteor shower. What's going on? Why are there so many starlights? Looking at the trajectory of the starlights, they seem to be heading towards the Holy Sword Star. Could it be that a great emperor is cultivating? I don't think it's caused by a great emperor. The commotion caused by a great emperor is 1,000,000 times greater than this. If it's not caused by a great emperor, what's going on? Why are there so many starlights? Shock. Everyone who saw it felt extremely shocked. A large number of starlights shot across the boundless starry sky outside the Holy Sword Star. It was a spectacular sight from afar. Everyone was stunned. Countless starlights shot into the Holy Sword Star. Beams of light appeared in the sky above the Holy Sword Star. It was broad daylight. It was difficult to see the few beams of starlight as they were covered by the sun's rays. However, everyone saw it now. Not only did they see it, they were also attracted by it. There were too many starlights. There seemed to be an endless number of them. They flew over from all directions in the sky above the Holy Sword Star. Following the starlights, there seemed to be many more shining stars. Stars in daytime, one of them exclaimed. The appearance of stars in daytime was a rare phenomenon. They didn't expect that they would actually see it. Immediately, many people were very excited. It's stars in daytime. Great monarch Bosu and the other 2 were surprised. Many of the demonic geniuses were shocked too. It was rare to see such a vision. Among them, only Gul Wangkong and Qi Naoxian had seen such a vision when they were breaking through. The others had not seen it before. The stars in daytime, the vision, made everyone pay more attention to Chu. After the stars in daytime appeared, rays of starlight gathered from all directions and began to attack the 2 yuan qi clouds. The starlight seemed to have become a tide, surging violently. Under the impact of the starlight tide, the 2 yuan qi clouds shattered at the same time. As soon as the vital qi clouds shattered, many people became nervous. However, there were also some who were gloating. Not everyone liked to see others doing well. However, they were soon disappointed. After the vital qi clouds shattered, they did not dissipate. Instead, they merged with the tide of starlight. In the end, they turned into a huge nebula that was more than 40 miles wide. The nebula started to spin slowly like a whirlpool. What's going on? Why did the vital qi clouds become like this? 40 miles. What's going on? The 3 great monarchs looked up at the sky with confusion in their eyes. What was going on with the 40 miles wide nebula whirlpool? They did not know that it was caused by Chumu's qi cultivation and physique cultivation. Under normal circumstances, there would be a vital qi cloud when one broke through to the nirvana realm in qi cultivation. As for physique cultivation, most of them would be vital chi clouds. Of course, compared to chi cultivation, physique cultivation was much rarer. Those who cultivated chi cultivation and physique cultivation at the same time were even rarer. After all, one's energy and time were limited. The astral calamity that Chu Mu cultivated in physique cultivation was actually an ancient and powerful cultivation technique that originated from the Age of Gods. It was no small matter. It was not impossible for it to cause the stars in daytime and starlight tide to appear. The 40 miles wide nebula whirlpool started to spin faster. It was like a huge millstone. 40 miles wide, it covered a part of the sky and covered the top of everyone. The nebula whirlpool spun faster and faster. In the end, a straight line extended from the center. It was like a comet that blasted towards Chu Mu's seat. In the blink of an eye, the nebula whirlpool came into contact with Chu Mu. It constantly poured into him, causing Chu Mu's flesh and blood to recombine. The first to recombine was his heart. The wood aspect source in his heart still existed and had not been destroyed. However, the wood aspect source was also absorbing the power of the nebula whirlpool and growing stronger. As the wood aspect source grew, its life force became even richer. When it was released, it also participated in the recombination of the heart. Immediately, new changes occurred in Chu Mu's heart. It became tougher, filled with more life force, and when it beat, it became stronger and more powerful. This life force was internal. It was rooted in the heart and fused together with it. It was not like before when the wood aspect source was strengthened from the outside. This was because the wood aspect source's life force had participated in the recombination of the heart, causing this change. After the heart was recombined, the wood aspect source continued to absorb the power of the nebula whirlpool. It also continued to release life force to help the other organs recombine. Just like the heart, the other organs were also filled with vigorous life force from the inside. Next, it was the recombination of the other parts such as blood, bones, tendons, muscles, skin, etc. No matter which part was recombined, every part would be filled with vigorous life force. The life force went deep into the body and completely became a part of it. It was like the cells in the body, or rather, the life force was injected into the cells. The body was recombining bit by bit. This was a slow process. Everyone was watching. Nirvana is very thorough. Great Emperor Lu Su said. The other two great emperors nodded in agreement. It was the same nirvana. Some nirvanas were complete, while others were incomplete. There was no difference between complete and incomplete nirvana at the beginning. However, as time went on, it would gradually affect one's potential. Simply put, during the first nirvana, the Yuan Chi cloud might be 9 miles. However, if it was incomplete, the second nirvana, the Yuan Chi cloud would probably be less than 9 miles. Chu Mu's nirvana this time was complete. It could be said to be perfect. This meant that during the next nirvana, his Yuan Chi cloud would still be 9 miles. This was a terrifying thing. What an incredible junior. One of the great emperors chuckled. Back then, we couldn't be compared to him. Great Emperor Lu Su exclaimed. Those who could become great emperors had extraordinary potential. They were far more talented than ordinary geniuses. However, even if they were talented, they couldn't say that they had a 100% chance of becoming a great emperor. Therefore, in the eyes of the great emperors, juniors were juniors. No matter how talented they were, as long as they couldn't become a great emperor, they would still be juniors. Now that great Emperor Lu Su was exclaiming, it meant that he recognized and appreciated Chu Mu's talent and potential. At this moment, the nebula vortex in the sky shrunk continuously. From 40 miles, it shrunk to 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles, 7 miles. It shrunk continuously. In the end, when the vortex of nebula shrank to less than half a kilometer, it turned into a ball of light that slammed into the 18th throne. Intense light exploded out in all directions, and a figure appeared within it. Chapter 1283. With a flash of light, the inner armor on Chumu's body was put back on. The aura of the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm spread out from his body. Within this aura, there was vigorous vitality. Although the vitality was weak, it was very tough and tenacious. His cultivation had successfully broken through at the same time as his chi and physique cultivation. It triggered a vision. Stars appeared in the daytime, a tide of starlight, and the final recombination of his flesh and blood. The vitality of the wood aspect was integrated into every part of his body, causing the effect of Chumu's breakthrough to be extraordinary. In terms of chi cultivation, he was still at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. The quantity and quality of the divine wilderness sword essence had increased by several folds. However, such an increase was the same as other geniuses' breakthroughs. The most important thing was his physique cultivation. Physique cultivation was the same as chi cultivation. They were both at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. However, due to the integration of the vitality of the wood aspect during the recombination of the flesh and blood, there were different changes. The vitality contained in the flesh and blood was far superior to others. Even a high-level Nirvana realm swordsman would find it difficult to compare with Chumu. This meant that Chumu was not afraid of being injured. Once injured, even without the wood aspect, he could rely on the vitality contained in his flesh and blood to quickly recover. In a sense, he already possessed the characteristics of an immortal body. This was a good start. Chumu realized that the wood aspect of the spiritual world's law of wood was constantly flickering with light. It was being nourished by his body. It seemed like it was accumulating energy, preparing to break through to the minute subtlety. This was an excellent breakthrough. It allowed Chumu to sense the wood aspect of the heavens and earth more clearly. This breakthrough took 3.5 days to complete. Lien Hongyun and his opponent also stood in the middle for 3.5 days. All right, you can make your move. Lien Hongyun smiled at his opponent. Seeing Chumu break through, this genius had mixed feelings. After standing here for more than 3 days, his battle intent was surging. When he heard Lien Hongyun's words, he could not hold back anymore. He drew his sword and slashed out. The sword seemed to have slashed apart the sky, shattered the earth, and severed the mountains. It possessed a grand momentum and fully displayed his strength. Lien Hongyun wore a smile on her face. Her body drifted like a cloud in the sky. Soon after, a faint red color spread out from her body and covered the surroundings, directly enveloping her opponent. It was the fire force field again. As soon as the force field was activated, it immediately suppressed the opponent. At least 30% of his strength was suppressed, and the remaining 70% was obvious. He was no match for Lien Hongyun at all. Lien Hongyun didn't even need to use her full strength. She executed a few sword moves consecutively, and under the enhancement of the blazing fire force field, she quickly defeated her opponent. The monstrous geniuses in the top 10 were indeed no small matter. The genius on the 15th seat issued a challenge. His target was the monstrous genius ranked 4th by Yu. Bai Yu's hair was a little gray, which made him look strange. His face was calm, almost indifferent. His eyes were black and white. At first glance, he looked no different from a normal person. But at second glance, he looked very strange. It was as if his pupils were abnormally black, so black that it made people's hearts palpitate. On the stage, Bai Yu didn't say a word. It was very strange. His opponent was stared at by Bai Yu's black and white eyes. For some reason, his opponent felt a chill run down his spine. It was as if Bai Yu's eyes could awaken the fear in one's heart. The sword intent moved, cutting away the fear in one's heart. His strength was stimulated. He drew his sword and displayed his sword skills. The atmosphere was majestic like a mighty river. However, Bai Yu did not draw his sword. The black pupils in his eyes suddenly spun like a whirlpool or a black hole, sucking in everything. The black and white instantly became very distinct. Just looking at it made people's hair stand on end. Without a sound, the body of the person who was using the sword technique suddenly trembled. The sword light froze in midair. Immediately after, it moved again. However, the sword technique changed very quickly. There were many changes, but it seemed to be fighting with the air. Not only did it not attack Baiyu, but it moved further and further away from Baiyu, to the side. This scene gave people a very strange feeling. It was as if the opponent of that genius was a ghost. Thinking of this, many people felt strange. It was as if a chilly wind blew. It made their hair stand on end and goosebumps rise all over their bodies. Baiyu still stood where he was, without moving. He did not have any expression. He continuously displayed his sword skills, one move after another. His sword energy was also stimulated. He did not hold back at all as he attacked in all directions. However, he avoided Baiyu. It looked even more strange. In the last move, no one knew if it was intentional or not. The sword slid across his own neck, and he committed suicide. In this strange battle, Baiyu won just like that. After that genius was reborn, he looked at Baiyu with lingering fear. His face was pale, and there was a shadow in his heart. It made people sigh. If this genius could not walk out of the shadow, there would most likely be no Desheng in the future. However, they were very afraid of Baiyu. He defeated his opponent without drawing blood. He even made his opponent commit suicide in the end. From the looks of it, they guessed that it was a soul-type attack. However, they did not know what was going on. They could only understand after experiencing it for themselves. However, after seeing such a strange scene, who would be willing to try it for themselves? Many people looked at Baiyu with strange gazes. There was fear in their eyes. No matter what, up until now, aside from Chu Mu's breakthrough, Baiyu left the deepest impression on everyone. The next person to be challenged was Yang Zhantian. As soon as he attacked his battle intent sword, this battle intent was different from other people's battle intent. It was directly related to Yang Zhantian's cultivation technique, causing his battle intent to condense. Vaguely, that battle intent seemed to condense into an illusory battle god, floating above Yang Zhantian's head. A terrifying battle intent spread out, directly attracting the battle intent in everyone's heart. It made their blood boil. They really wanted to go up and fight. Yang Zhantian's opponent's battle intent was also stimulated. He directly attacked with his sword, launching a powerful attack. This person's style was somewhat similar to Yang Zhantian's. He walked the path of Yang Zhantian's overbearing style. With a sword in his hand, he moved in a straightforward manner, fully displaying the power of slashing. Every slash of his sword seemed capable of splitting mountains. Fight! Yang Zhantian roared, his battle intent sword soaring to the sky. His battle intent seemed to condense into clouds. He raised his sword, not dodging or evading. He directly slashed his sword forward. His momentum was like a falling meteor, wanting to sink the earth. This sword was too overbearing. It was indescribable. Nothing could stop it. Everything would be crushed under this sword. That was because this sword not only contained all kinds of power, but also battle intent. Battle intent was a kind of invisible power. Everyone had battle intent, and they could also release it. However, it was limited to this. The application of battle intent was limited to the superficial level. However, Yang Zhantian's cultivation technique was different. He had studied the application of battle intent and had constantly deepened it. He had turned battle intent into a kind of cultivation technique. It was like sword intent, which could be integrated into an attack, making the sword's attack even more tyrannical. With the integration of another kind of power, the power would be even more powerful. Yang Zhantian's formidable strength was directly related to the heaven-battling merit he cultivated. This sword strike was unblockable, capable of shattering everything. It was like a meteor crashing into the earth. Yang Zhantian's opponent's countenance drastically changed. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. He executed an even more powerful sword technique, causing the earth to crumble as he soared into the sky. The two swords collided, causing a terrifying explosion that threatened to tear Yang Zhantian apart. Yang Zhantian didn't retreat in the slightest, while his opponent was forced to retreat a few steps. Yang Zhantian raised his sword once again, and this time his sword was even more ferocious than before. With a loud bang, the opponent was sent flying, coughing out blood as his body trembled violently. Yang Zhantian took a step forward, appearing above the opponent in a flash, and slashed down with his sword. Baiyu did not use any force field, nor did Yang Zhantian, but they displayed astonishing strength. They used strange and overbearing methods to crush their opponents. Next, they might see Qin Aoxian and Gu Luankong make their moves. Yang Zhantian, the genius in the third seat, was already so powerful. How powerful would the second and first seats be? The battles continued one after another. The genius in the 11th seat challenged the genius in the second seat. The genius in the second seat was Qin Aoxian. As soon as Qin Aoxian appeared, she immediately became the center of attention, the focus of everyone. She did not radiate with a powerful aura, only a kind of otherworldly coldness. She was like a fairy under the moonlight. Peerless beauty. Chumu said softly. Only he could hear his voice. Indeed, Qin Aoxian did look peerless at the moment. Qin Aoxian's opponent was a man. He used a pleasing gaze to study Qin Aoxian. Qin Aoxian's expression did not change in the face of his opponent's study. She remained cold and indifferent. If Su Yueshi was the one being studied like that, she would have already drawn her sword. Qin Aoxian's opponent did not seem to have any intention of drawing his sword. He challenged Qin Aoxian as if he wanted to admire her more from a closer distance. It was a strange scene. Qin Aoxian could not accompany him like that, so she unsheathed her sword, the flying deity sword. The sword was like a flying deity becoming one with the sword. In that moment, it was as if a peerless beauty had descended. Her sword came from the sky, streaking across the moonlight. It was as graceful as a swan. She was so beautiful that people could not look at her directly. She was so beautiful that people would forget themselves. Qin Aoxian's opponent seemed to be dumbfounded. He did not move at all. Qin Aoxian's sword flew past him. It seemed like she did not hit him. However, after Qin Aoxian landed on the ground, the man fell straight back. There was a dark red spot between his eyebrows. Blood condensed, but did not flow down. Chapter 1284. Baiyu's eeriness, Yang Zhantian's soaring battle intent, and Qin Aoxian's flying immortal chasing moon all left a deep impression on the crowd. It was the 10th seat's turn to issue a challenge. The 10th seat was Su Yueshi. Su Yueshi's cold eyes swept across the faces of the first 9 seats' geniuses and stopped at Qin Aoxian's face. After 3 breaths, she moved her gaze to Lian Hongyun's face. The 5th seat. Su Yueshi's tone was cold. Lian Hongyun could not help but be startled. Soon after, she revealed a bitter smile, while the others revealed a smile of schadenfreude. Even so, Lian Hongyun did not back down. Su Yueshi and Lian Hongyun left their seats at the same time and appeared in the middle, facing each other. Lian Hongyun did not smile bitterly. She was calm while Su Yueshi's expression was cold. Junior sister Su, there are so many people. Why do you have to pick me? Lian Hongyun said and smiled bitterly again. Su Yueshi did not answer. Lian Hongyun did not expect her to answer. Su Yueshi released her dark force field as soon as she attacked. Lian Hongyun also released her fire force field. The red color spread out. The black and the red color collided and formed 2 huge hemispheres. They crashed into each other, making cracking noises. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Gradually, the black force field started to gain the upper hand. It pushed back the fire force field bit by bit. Lien Hongyun shouted in a deep voice. The fire force field became stronger and expanded, pushing back the dark force field. Then, the two force fields penetrated each other. The dark force field shrouded Lien Hongyun, weakening her to a certain extent and strengthening her dark force field. The fire force field shrouded Su Yueshi, weakening her and strengthening Lien Hongyun's fire force field. They weakened each other and strengthened each other. An intense battle began. Lien Hongyun was the 5th seat and Su Yueshi was the 10th seat. It seemed that Su Yueshi was weaker than Lien Hongyun, but when the battle began, Su Yueshi gradually gained the upper hand. The dark force field was stronger than the fire force field. The dark force field, cultivated by the dark force field, was also stronger than the fire force field. Black and red intertwined and collided. Su Yueshi and Lien Hongyun fought fiercely under the dual gravity field. Su Yueshi was stronger than Lien Hongyun, but not by much. Both of them unleashed their ultimate techniques. Darkness shrouded Su Yueshi's body. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, as if a witch had descended. The sword in her hand was covered with a layer of darkness. Su Yueshi floated hundreds of meters high in the air and looked down at Lien Hongyun. Powerful dark energy waves spread out from Su Yueshi's body, turning her body into a black hole. The terrifying aura crushed everything. The dark force field was also compressed by Su Yueshi. It merged with the black hole and exploded in an instant. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Everything lost its light and was swallowed up by the darkness. Lien Hongyun's figure was also submerged in the terrifying dark energy. Crushing. Su Yueshi also paid a considerable price for this move. Her strength was exhausted, her face was pale, and she was very weak. But no matter what, she won. The 5th throne became Su Yueshi's, and the 10th throne became Lien Hongyun's. The genius from the 9th seat gave up because he wasn't confident. When it was Fang Tianqiong's turn, she glanced around and her gaze finally landed on Gu Luankong's face. "I want to challenge you." Fang Tianqiong stood up and her eyes shone brightly. She stared at Gu Luankong and said, "Gu Luankong." "As you wish." Gu Luankong smiled lazily. The crowd couldn't help but get excited. Gu Luankong from the 1st seat was a true super genius. When he fought, he would attract everyone's attention. Gu Luankong always looked lazy and casual, but those who knew him knew that it was because he didn't have an opponent that could interest him. An opponent that he was interested in might not necessarily be a powerful one. Obviously, Fang Tianqiong wasn't an opponent that Gu Luankong was interested in. Therefore, even when Gu Luankong appeared in front of Fang Tianqiong, he still looked lazy. This made Fang Tianqiong a little annoyed. "I will make you take me seriously," Fang Tianqiong said as if she was making an oath. Facing Gu Luankong, Fang Tianqiong didn't dare to relax. She released her fire force field at the beginning. She wanted to use the fire force field to increase her strength and suppress Gu Luankong. Gu Luankong didn't move at all. He just let Fang Tianqiong's fire force field cover him. Fang Tianqiong immediately performed a powerful sword skill and launched an endless stream of attacks. Gu Luankong looked lazy. He didn't use his sword. His hands were empty. His body was swaying left and right. He also staggered backward. He looked like a drunk man. However, he still managed to dodge Fang Tianqiong's attacks. He let Fang Tianqiong's fire force field suppress him. He let Fang Tianqiong attack him continuously. However, Gu Luankong didn't attack at all. He just kept dodging. Fang Tianqiong didn't say something stupid like, "Don't just keep dodging." She couldn't hit Gu Luankong. This showed the difference in strength between them. Such a strange scene made the crowd frown. They thought more highly of Gu Luankong and became more cautious. He was too strong. Fang Tianqiong from the 8th seat couldn't do anything to Gu Luankong. However, Fang Tianqiong seemed to be competing with him. He performed all the sword skills he had learned. In the end, he even used his ultimate skill. Fang Tianqiong was almost exhausted. He was panting. He smiled bitterly. He put his sword back into the scabbard and said, "You are indeed powerful. You are unparalleled in the world. I admit defeat." Fang Tianqiong's evaluation was the same as many people's evaluation of Gul Wankong. He was unparalleled in the world. Gul Wankong only smiled and didn't say anything. From the beginning to the end, he didn't use any of his energy. All he did was dodge. It was easy. Every step and every dodge was just right. No wonder he is the successor of Great Emperor Luantian. Great Emperor Bo Su exclaimed, "The first place of the Tianqing ranking will be his, unparalleled in the world." The other two great emperors said. They thought highly of Gul Wankong. Gul Wankong had indeed displayed unparalleled strength. Fang Tianqiong admitted defeat. The seventh seat didn't change. It was the seventh seat's turn to issue a challenge. His opponent was Yang Zhantian. Yang Zhantian's battle intent was still as strong as before. The seventh seat's strength was very strong. However, compared to Yang Zhantian, there was still a huge gap. However, compared to Fang Tianqiong and Gul Wankong, he was much better. At least Yang Zhantian had to use some tricks to defeat his opponent. Next, the sixth seat's opponent was Bai Yu. This time it was the same as last time. Bai Yu used a specialized technique and didn't attack. His opponent, the sixth seat's opponent, only took out his sword. It was as if he was fighting against an invisible force. His hand that was holding the sword kept shaking. It seemed like he was going to use a sword skill, but he was forcefully restraining himself. This battle didn't seem intense at all. It was even a little boring. However, everyone's expression was solemn because they could feel the silent killing intent. I admit defeat. In the end, the monstrous genius from the sixth seat roared. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, drenching his face. Looking at Bai Yu's expression, it wasn't as natural as it usually was. It was obvious that the silent and invisible battle had consumed a lot of his energy. However, no matter what, even the sixth seat's opponent had been defeated. This made everyone even more cautious of Bai Yu. The fifth seat's opponent was Su Yueshi. It was supposed to be Lian Hongyan. Therefore, Lian Hongyan should be the one to issue the challenge. However, he had given up. The fourth seat's opponent was Gu Luankong, the first seat's opponent. It was obvious that many people wanted to be first. The only difference was whether or not they had the strength to do so. Obviously, Bai Yu felt that he had the chance. Compared to Fang Tianqiong, Gul Wankong was more interested in Bai Yu. Therefore, he didn't look as lazy as before. Bai Yu opened his eyes. His eyes were black and white. His pupils became extremely dark as if they could absorb souls. Gul Wankong didn't dodge. He stared at Bai Yu. He was very interested in Bai Yu's attacks. He was also very confident in himself. Therefore, he wanted to personally experience Bai Yu's attacks. Everyone saw that Bai Yu didn't move. Gul Wankong also didn't move. Different from the others, Gul Wankong didn't use his sword. He just stood there with his hands empty. The two of them stared at each other. Strange lights flashed in their eyes. No one knew what was going on. Time passed slowly. Bai Yu didn't move. Gul Wankong also didn't move. Bai Yu's forehead was covered in sweat. In comparison, Gul Wankong's forehead wasn't covered in sweat at all. After a while, more and more sweat appeared on Bai Yu's forehead. They gathered together and turned into sweat. They slowly flowed down his face. Gul Wankong's forehead was still covered in sweat. However, Bai Yu's body slightly shook. After a few breaths, Bai Yu's body suddenly shook. His expression changed drastically. He couldn't help but groan. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes became dim and lifeless. No one said anything. However, everyone could see that Bai Yu had lost. This made the crowd less afraid of Bai Yu. However, it made them think more highly of Gul Wankong. Gul Wankong had shown up twice. There weren't any intense battles. However, it was more dangerous. With his absolute strength, Gul Wankong had proven his strength to the crowd. The stronger Gul Wankong was, the more he was like a huge mountain pressing down on the crowd's head. If anyone wanted to fight against him, they would feel a heavy pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on them. It was so heavy that it made it hard for them to breathe. Yang Zhantian was in the third seat. If he wanted to challenge someone, he could only challenge Qin Aoxian or Gul Wankong. After thinking for a while, Yang Zhantian looked at Gul Wankong and challenged him. The battle between the first seat and the third seat was highly anticipated. Chapter 1285. Yang Zhantian's Zhantian art lived up to its name. His battle intent was unparalleled. Every strike was filled with battle intent. Facing the powerful Yang Zhantian, Gul Wankong could no longer act as he did before, not drawing his sword. He drew his sword, and the sword light was incomparably sharp. Yang Zhantian's sword energy was at the 4th level. Gul Wankong's sword energy was also at the 4th level. Yang Zhantian used the thunder force field, while Gul Wankong used the wind force field. The battle between the two was very intense. However, it did not last long. Every strike was exquisite. Yang Zhantian lost. Gul Wankong won. Appearing on the seat of honor, Yang Zhantian looked at Qin Aoxian and said, "I hope this battle will help you." It turned out that Yang Zhantian also knew that he was no match for Gul Wankong. However, he still challenged him. His goal was to force Gul Wankong to show his true strength and let Qin Aoxian know more about him. He knew that Qin Aoxian would definitely fight against Gul Wankong. The next battle was Qin Aoxian's turn to challenge. She could only challenge one person, Gul Wankong. "I give up," Qin Aoxian said without hesitation. She was not confident that she could defeat Gul Wankong. It was expected, but also unexpected. In the end, only Gul Wankong was left. "I can only challenge myself," Gul Wankong said. Then, the first round of the 4th stage ended. Everyone had used up one chance, no matter if they challenged or not. There were only 2 chances left. Geniuses were geniuses because of their extraordinary talent. They could improve in any environment. They could learn from the outside world to improve themselves. After a round of battles, everyone had either experienced it personally or watched it. They had all learned something. Unknowingly, everyone had improved. Suddenly, joy appeared on Chu Mu's face. That was because he felt that the power of the wood rule in his mental world suddenly shone brightly. Then it retracted. However, it looked different from before. It was even more verdant and green than before. Finally, there is a power of the rules of heaven and earth. Chu Mu thought the law of wood had reached the pinnacle. That feeling was completely different. It was impossible to describe it with words. In short, it was extremely wonderful. This was one piece of good news. The second piece of good news was that because he cultivated the 5 Elemental Sutra, the other 4 types of laws would be affected by the law of wood. After being tempered, they would be able to break through the peak of the subtle realm and reach the subtle realm at an even faster speed. In addition, Chu Mu had a deeper understanding of swordsmanship. After the end of the first round, there was a break to give the geniuses some time to sort out their thoughts. About an hour later, the second round began. Just like the first round, the challenges started from the 100 seat. Compared to randomly choosing opponents, this kind of challenge was more targeted. No one was willing to be last place, so it was imperative to increase one's rank. The genius in the 100th seat carefully chose his opponent based on the previous battle. This time he was more conservative and challenged the genius in the 93rd seat. The battle began. After an intense battle, the 100th seat genius defeated the 93rd seat genius as he wished and successfully advanced to the supreme seat. One match after another was carried out continuously. Chu Mu was challenged once again. The one who challenged him was the genius in the 26th seat, Li Haosha. Chu Mu had seen Li Haosha's 3 previous battles and had won all 3. The truth was that Li Haosha had been below the 30th seat and had only managed to advance to the 26th seat through challenges. But now he had set Chu Mu as his target. These 3 battles allowed Chu Mu to have a relatively sufficient understanding of Li Haosha's strength. On the other hand, Li Haosha didn't know much about Chu Mu's strength. In this battle, Li Haosha was destined to be defeated here. His body and qi cultivation had both broken through to the early second heaven stage of nirvana. His absolute strength had clearly risen by a great deal. Before this, he had been watching the battles while adjusting his increased strength. He needed a suitable opponent to test it out, and Li Haosha was undoubtedly a good candidate. With the sky-beheading sword in hand, Chu Mu displayed his sword skills. Li Haosha had only seen Chu Mu fight once. At that time, his opponent was Zi. Therefore, he didn't dare to underestimate Chu Mu. As soon as he attacked, he activated his 3rd level sword power. A pale silver luster flowed with a threatening sharpness. As Li Haosha displayed his sword skills, the power of each sword was increased by 4 times. Chu Mu also activated his 3rd level sword power and fought with Li Haosha. Li Haosha wanted to defeat Chu Mu, so he displayed his full strength. On the other hand, Chu Mu held back a lot. For example, his 4th level sword power, the dual sword technique, and so on. He was only using Li Haosha to hone his absolute strength. Li Haosha didn't know. He always felt that he was just a little bit away from defeating Chu Mu, but he couldn't do it. In the end, he even used his lost skill, but it was shattered by Chu Mu's tyrannical thunder prison breaker. After successfully controlling his own strength, Chu Mu unleashed a berserk attack that made it difficult for Li Haosha to block. Another sword was like lightning streaking through the sky. With incomparable ferocity, it tore through Li Haosha's defenses and injured him. In the end, Li Haosha wasn't a match for Chu Mu's attacks and lost. "You're very strong," said Li Haosha as he returned to his seat of honor. Chu Mu also returned to his seat of honor. After that, it was Ziyi's turn to challenge. Ziyi's gaze paused on Chu Mu's face for a dozen breaths, as if he was considering whether or not to challenge Chu Mu again. Chu Mu only glanced at Zi. If he could defeat his opponent once, then he could do it again. Perhaps because he felt that he couldn't defeat Chu Mu, Zi looked at the others and gave up on challenging Chu Mu. Ziyi's opponent was a genius from the 19th seat. He directly used the purple light demonic eye from the start and successfully defeated his opponent, advancing to the 19th seat. The battles continued one after another. Soon it was Chu Mu's turn. In the first round, Chu Mu had given up the right to challenge others and lost a chance. This was the second round. If he gave up again, then he would only have one last chance. The question was, would Chu Mu give up? I challenge. Chu Mu's gaze directly landed on the top 10 monstrous geniuses. Following Chu Mu's gaze, quite a few people revealed eager expressions. A few of them even used their gazes to provoke Chu Mu. The 4th seat, Chu Mu's voice fell, instantly causing everyone to be shocked. They all felt astonished. The 4th seat of honor was Bai Yu. He was a terrifying person who killed without spilling blood. Very few people were willing to fight him because he was too strange. Chu Mu actually took the initiative to challenge him. Was he crazy, or was he too confident? Bai Yu also seemed to be surprised, but he didn't say anything. The injuries he had suffered in the battle with Gulwankong had already healed. Furthermore, he had also gained some benefits from that battle. It could be said that he was now slightly stronger than before. He didn't say anything. No matter who his opponent was, as long as they challenged him, he wouldn't show mercy. Guanlin and the other divine princes couldn't help but be worried. Bai Yu's methods were too strange. If they guessed correctly, it should be related to the soul. Chu Mu also thought so. His soul was originally much stronger than others, which was why he was confident in challenging Bai Yu. Chu Mu and Bai Yu faced each other from afar. Bai Yu's pupils began to change. They became black and white, which made people's hearts palpitate, especially the one who had been defeated by Baiyu. His face turned pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he was recalling the previous battle. It was an unbearable memory. The black part was the pupil, which was constantly changing. It was dark and deep, and there seemed to be a whirlpool that could absorb all light and devour people's souls. Staring at the white underworld, Chumu felt as if his gaze was about to be absorbed by the white underworld's black pupils. Even his thoughts, mind, and soul felt as if they were about to leave his body. With a thought, Yi Fu-Tien stabilized his mind and stood still. Just as he was about to draw his sword, Baiyu's black pupils suddenly shone brightly and shot out. That was an invisible light. Chu Mu, who was the target of the attack, could see two rays of light flash by. They were extremely fast, beyond his imagination. He couldn't dodge them. In an instant, the two rays of light shot into Chu Mu's eyes and entered his spiritual world. Chu Mu only felt his mind churning. It was as if a black hole had appeared in his spiritual world and was sucking his mind in. Once his mind was sucked in, there would definitely be terrible consequences. Chu Mu understood this, so he resisted the black hole. His sword intent condensed, and his mind seemed to turn into a human figure. He held a sword of sword intent and slashed at the black hole whirlpool. Under Chu Mu's sword intent, the black hole whirlpool was shattered. However, it wasn't over yet. After the black hole whirlpool shattered, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a black figure. It held a black long sword and directly attacked. It was extremely sharp. Chu Mu's mind held a sword of sword intent and fought fiercely with the black figure. No one in the outside world saw this battle because it happened in Chu Mu's spiritual world. Even the three emperors in the sky didn't know. In the outside world, Chu Mu and Baiyu were both motionless. Their eyes were open, and light constantly flickered in them. This kind of battle on the spiritual level was the most direct and also the most dangerous. If Chu Mu lost, his spiritual energy would be injured, and it would affect his soul. Spiritual injuries were many times more troublesome than physical injuries. For example, when Baiyu challenged Gu Luankong and lost in the end, his spiritual energy was injured. If it weren't for the extraordinary power of the Supreme Seat, it would be impossible for him to recover in a short time. Even with the help of some treasures, it would still take a long time to recover. Chapter 1286. There was no smoke in the battle in the mental world. Every strike was extremely dangerous. If one was careless and was hit, one's mind would be injured. The black sword in the black figure's hand glowed with a faint silver light. It had reached the third level of sword force. Chu Mu's mind was at a disadvantage. He quickly tried to activate sword force in the mental world. After a few attempts, he was almost killed. Finally, he succeeded in activating the third level of sword force and turned the tables. Baiyu's accomplishments were all in his strange eyes. He was good at mental attacks and was also very good at sword techniques. He combined sword techniques and mental attacks. He used mental attacks to fight in the mental world of others and condense mental energy to form a person to fight. In the battle in the mental world, other than battle techniques and swordsmanship, it mainly depended on the strength of the mental power. Baiyu was good at the mental world. His soul was much stronger than the average person's. His mental power was also stronger. As for Chu Mu, because he was the fusion of two souls, he was only stronger than Baiyu. In the mental world, Chu Mu suppressed Baiyu. He attacked with sword after sword, making Baiyu's mental power defend more than attack. In the outside world, Baiyu's forehead started to sweat. On the other hand, Chu Mu's forehead was dry. His expression did not change. This scene was the same as when Gu Luankong was fighting Baiyu. Looking at the situation, it seems like Baiyu is going to lose. Baiyu's situation is not good. Gu Luankong sat up straight again. He squinted his eyes and flashed. He had fought with Baiyu before and experienced it personally. He knew how dangerous mental world battles were. He also knew how strong Baiyu's mental power was. In this situation, it seemed like Chu Mu's mental power was not inferior to his at all. This kind of opponent was more interesting. In the mental world, Chu Mu completely had the upper hand. Every move was simple, direct, and extremely sharp. It made Bai Yu constantly dodge and block, unable to fight back. The sword slashed past. Strands of mental power flew up from Bai Yu's mental body and disappeared. Bai Yu's figure became fainter and fainter. In the outside world, not only was Bai Yu sweating profusely, his face was pale and his body was trembling. Another sword slash, as if it could split a mountain, split Bai Yu's spiritual body in half. In the outside world, Bai Yu's entire body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed drastically. He let out a muffled groan, and a strand of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. As his figure swayed, he almost fell to the ground. At this point, everyone understood that Bai Yu had lost. Chu Mu's soul is exceptionally strong. Great monarch Sisu and the others' eyes lit up as they exclaimed in admiration. The other two great emperors nodded in agreement. Gul Wangkong's soul power is stronger than Bai Yu's. Chu Mu's soul power is also stronger than Bai Yu's. If the Heavenly Spirit Emperor knows about this, he might be tempted. After Bai Yu was defeated, his fourth seat went to Chu Mu. As for Bai Yu, he immediately fell to the 18th seat. He was the first demonic genius to fall out of the top 10 seats. Chu Mu immediately became the center of attention. On the Heaven Azure leaderboard, Chu Mu's name shot up from the 18th place to the 4th place, shocking many people. At the same time, the fact that Chu Mu had taken the 4th seat made many people's eyes light up. Challenges could only be issued to people whose seats were higher than one's. Those who wanted to fight with Chu Mu didn't have a chance before, but now they did. For example, Lian Hongyan. Battle after battle, no one dared to challenge Chu Mu. They were fearful of Chu Mu's ability to defeat Bai Yu. When it was Lian Hongyun's turn to issue a challenge, he didn't hesitate and chose Chu Mu. When I saw you in the Heaven Azure empty world, I wanted to fight with you. Now I can finally fulfill my wish. Lian Hongyun smiled. I think so too. Chu Mu also smiled. If that's the case, let's go all out and see who's stronger. As soon as Lian Hongyun finished speaking, he immediately unleashed his fire force field. It spread out and surrounded Chu Mu. A scorching aura swept across his body. Chu Mu immediately felt that the various power of the rules of heaven and earth in his spiritual world seemed to be suppressed by a powerful, scorching power. Even the power of the rules of wood, which had reached the subtle level, was suppressed. However, it wasn't as obvious as the other powers of the rules of heaven and earth. Next was the power of the rules of space. The power of space itself was very strong, much stronger than the other powers of the rules of heaven and earth. It had also reached the peak of the subtle level. Therefore, the suppression of the fire force field was the most superficial and didn't affect it much. In other words, if Chu Mu used the power of space to fight, his strength wouldn't be affected much. However, the only sword techniques based on the power of space were the lesser 8 forms of Shattering Void and the Void Sword Chi, which was an ordinary ultimate technique. The lesser 8 forms of Shattering Void was only an Earth-grade sword technique. It wasn't powerful enough to be used in a battle of this level. Although the Void Sword Chi was strong, it was an ultimate technique with a lot of restrictions. Moreover, Chu Mu didn't want to reveal his mastery of the power of space too early. Even if the power of the rules of heaven and earth was suppressed and Lian Hongyun's firepower was enhanced, Chu Mu wasn't afraid at all. He was at the early stage of the second sky of Nirvana realm. In terms of both chi and body cultivation, the strength of his sword energy wasn't inferior to an ordinary early stage of the third sky of Nirvana realm. The gap between him and Lian Hongyun wasn't that obvious. Lian Hongyun didn't have any cultivation in body cultivation. In terms of absolute strength, Chu Mu wouldn't be weaker than him. Lian Hongyun and Chu Mu were the same. They both specialized in sword techniques for close combat. The two of them drew their swords and started fighting. The collision of power caused the sword light to flicker. It was fierce and domineering. It was brilliant beyond compare. Lien Hongyun's sword technique was quite good. In the fierce battle, the sword energy he unleashed had reached the 4th level. Looking at the color, it was between light silver and silver. It seemed that he had just broken through. Chu Mu also unleashed the 4th level sword energy, which was surprising. Under the 4th level sword energy, the two of them were on par with each other. However, the battle became more intense. Exquisite sword techniques were displayed to the fullest. It was like a piece of art. Chu Mu's sword technique is far better than his peers. Great Emperor Sisu and the others praised again. Since he knew about Chu Mu, he had lost count of how many times he had praised him. Lien Hongyun's sword technique was also extraordinary. However, compared to Chu Mu, there was still an obvious gap. The battle between the two of them, especially Chu Mu's performance, ignited Yang Zhantian's fighting spirit. Despite being suppressed by Lien Hongyun's fire force field, he was still able to fight Lien Hongyun to such an extent. He was even showing signs of suppressing Lien Hongyun. In reality, if his cultivation hadn't broken through, it wouldn't have been so easy for Chu Mu to fight against Lien Hongyun. You're really strong. I'm going to use my secret skill now. Lien Hongyun quickly retreated. Then, he suddenly leaped up a few hundred meters into the air. Looking down from above, he was surrounded by surging energy waves. The red color was constantly emitted from his body. He waved the sword in his hand at high speed. The sword light was as red as fire. It rolled and surged, forming a fiery red cloud around him. The sword light rolled in the red cloud and formed another red cloud. It's the refined Cloud 9 Tribulations, sword of the refined Cloud Great Emperor. I wonder how much Lien Hongyun has mastered. Great Emperor Su thought to himself. Lien Hongyun didn't use the refined Cloud 9 Tribulations sword in the battle with Su Yueshi. It was unknown whether it was because he didn't have the time or he didn't want to. As soon as the refined Cloud 9 Tribulations sword was used, the red cloud condensed. Terrifying energy waves were emitted from it and surged between heaven and earth. Chu Mu's expression turned serious. He kept increasing his strength, chi cultivation, and physique cultivation. He felt like he was being targeted. He knew that this time, Lien Hongyun's attack couldn't be dodged. 3 red clouds were circling around Lien Hongyun, being covered by the fire force field and being locked down by the 3 red clouds' powerful auras. Chu Mu was under immense pressure. Under the treasure robe, the muscles all over his body vibrated slightly, shaking off the aura that was coming at him. Ripples that were hard to see with the naked eye appeared around Chu Mu. It was the aura being forced away by the vibrations of his muscles. It looked a bit strange. Take this. Lien Hongyun's voice came from the sky. The sword in his hand suddenly paused. Then he slashed down fiercely. In an instant, the 3 red clouds rotated. Refined Cloud 9 Tribulations sword. 1 cloud, 1 sword, 1 calamity. The red clouds turned into giant swords and slashed down from the sky. The heaven and earth shook. The 3 enormous red swords seemed to split the heavens and earth apart as they continuously slashed downwards. Their might was shocking, especially for Chu Mu, who was directly facing the 3 enormous red cloud swords. The pressure he felt increased exponentially, and his entire body seemed to emit cracking sounds. If it weren't for his tyrannical body cultivation, it would have been hard for him to even move. Refined Cloud 9 Tribulations sword. It was a terrifying supreme art. Chu Mu's thoughts turned quickly. His strength exploded. The heaven-beheading sword was lifted up as if it was tearing the space in front of him. He used the first move of the ancient sword art, wind rises and thunder extinguishes. The wind blew and thunder fell, weakening the first giant sword. Then he used the thunder prison break to shatter the first giant red cloud sword. The second giant red cloud sword slashed down, followed by the third, one sword after another. If he successfully cultivated the 9 tribulations cloud sword, 9 giant swords would appear, one after the other, continuously attacking 9 times. Moreover, the power of the next sword would be several times more tyrannical than the previous one. It was very frightening. Fortunately, Lien Hongyan had only mastered the first 3 swords of the refined cloud 9 tribulation sword. These first 3 swords were the most basic ones. The increase in power wasn't that obvious. Otherwise, Chu Mu would have a hard time resisting. With the second giant sword, Chu Mu released the void-piercing sword chi. The void-piercing sword chi had a lot of restrictions. Once used, one couldn't use it again for a short period of time. However, its power was absolutely powerful. When it collided with the second giant sword, it actually shattered the second giant sword. It turned into clouds and dissipated. However, the void-piercing sword chi also became faintly discernible. It was as if it would dissipate if a gust of wind blew past. The third giant sword slashed down, as if it didn't give Chu Mu any time to react. The void-piercing sword chi that was about to dissipate went up and collided with the third giant sword. With a puchi, the void-piercing sword chi dissipated and disappeared. The third giant sword paused for a moment. This pause bought Chu Mu some time to react. The accumulated power instantly exploded out. The muscles all over his body vibrated at high speed. The earthquake force was used to the maximum. The blade of the heaven beheading sword vibrated crazily. The space seemed to be torn apart. The divine wilderness sword essence was infused. Man and sword became one and soared into the sky. Chapter 1287. Golden light and silver luster intersected and surged on the sword body. The sword blade vibrated at high speed, and the terrifying sharpness was unstoppable. Man and sword became one. As Chu Mu soared into the sky, he slashed out with his sword. The sword light seemed to tear apart space as it slashed towards the falling red cloud sword. The red cloud giant sword was more than 10 meters long. With one slash, it seemed to be able to split hundreds of sacred mountains. Chu Mu faced it head-on. The contrast between the 1-meter-long sword light was very obvious and worrisome. The golden and silver sword light collided with the red cloud giant sword at a high frequency that could not be captured by divine consciousness. At this moment, everyone seemed to hear the sound of space shattering. That scene seemed to be frozen and turned into eternity. Cracking sounds were heard continuously. A gap appeared at the place where the heaven-beheading sword and the red cloud giant sword collided. Cracks like lightning zigzagged. Chu Mu exerted his strength again, and the red cloud giant sword was shattered and splashed away. Chu Mu, who was one with his sword, carried a terrifying aura as he charged towards Lien Hongyan. In fact, Chu Mu had used up a lot of energy to shatter the red cloud giant sword. Although he looked fierce when he rushed towards Lien Hongyan, he was actually running out of energy. However, after using the refined cloud 9 tribulation sword, Lien Hongyan had used up a lot of energy and his muscles were stiff and sore. He needed some time to recover. He thought that with the refined cloud 9 tribulation sword, even if he could not defeat Chu Mu, he could at least injure Chu Mu. Chu Mu rushed to the sky and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. The golden and silver sword light was extremely sharp. It tore through the sky and blinded Lien Hongyan. Lien Hongyan had only recovered part of his energy. He barely raised his sword to block the attack. However, Chu Mu's attack was too fast. It was beyond his reaction time and he could not block or dodge it. He felt a sharp pain on his neck, and his neck was cut in half. In everyone's eyes, everything happened in the blink of an eye. They only saw Chu Mu shattering the third red cloud sword and becoming one with the sword. The sword light soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, crossing the sky and passing by Lien Hongyun. Lien Hongyun's head was separated from her body. "You're too ruthless." Lien Hongyun smiled bitterly after being reborn on the 10th seat. The feeling of being beheaded by a sword was extremely unbearable. "You are too strong. I have no choice but to be ruthless." Chu Mu returned to the 4th seat and smiled. The two of them were joking around as if they were friends, which made people a little envious. "Did you see it clearly?" Great Emperor Bo Su asked. "The power of vibration. I didn't expect Chu Mu to have such a power. How terrifying." The middle-aged man sighed. "It's not difficult to make the sword vibrate at high speed. However, it's difficult to do it like Chu Mu." The female Great Emperor said after giving it a try. Indeed, it wasn't difficult to make the power of vibration. Anyone with a high realm and good control over their power could do it. However, it was difficult to make it as subtle as Chu Mu's. It required a corresponding cultivation method, which happened to be the inheritance of Jintian sect. With Lien Hongyun defeated, the 9th seat's demon issued a challenge. His gaze swept across Chu Mu's face. "Chu Mu had first defeated by you, then defeated Lien Hongyun, letting everyone know of his powerful strength. One couldn't use cultivation as a benchmark. Challenging Chu Mu without confidence was a waste of opportunity." After thinking about it, the 9th seat monster gave up. Perhaps he felt that he wasn't confident. Actually, as long as he could keep the 9th seat, he would be ranked 9th on the Heaven Azure ranking. It was a very high ranking. The 8th seat Fang Tianqiang also gave up after thinking about it. He wasn't confident. The upper seats were all capable people. He wasn't their match. The 7th seat monster thought differently. Even if he wasn't their match, he still wanted to challenge them. It didn't matter if he was killed. Therefore, he challenged Chu Mu. It was Chu Mu's 3rd battle. The 7th seat monster wasn't as strong as Lien Hongyun. He wasn't Chu Mu's match at all. Hence, he was defeated by Chu Mu. The 6th seat monster gave up. The 5th seat monster was Su Yueshi. Everyone looked at Su Yueshi's face. They followed her gaze to see what she would choose. Su Yueshi's cold eyes first landed on Qin Aoxian's face. When she met Qin Aoxian's cold eyes, their gazes clashed. Both of them emitted waves of qi. It seemed that Su Yueshi was ready to challenge Qin Aoxian, and Qin Aoxian was ready to be challenged. "I challenge the 4th seat," Su Yueshi said in the end. Everyone was shocked. Even Qin Aoxian was startled. Chu Mu stared blankly, but his expression returned to normal. This was something he had expected. "I will let you know that strength is the most important thing." Su Yueshi's tone was cold. It seemed like she wanted to freeze Chu Mu. "Please." Chu Mu's reply to the aggressive Su Yueshi was very calm. This made Su Yueshi a bit angry. She frowned and then relaxed. However, her eyes were even colder. "Which Su is going to go crazy? You're on your own now." Lien Hongyun looked like she was waiting to watch a good show. Su Yueshi's sword was black. It was deep and shiny. It even gave off a faint halo. It was a sky-piercing saint sword. Dark power rippled from the black sky-piercing saint sword. The halo was formed by the power ripples. The angry Su Yueshi suddenly waved her hand. The sword actually left her hand and flew towards Chu Mu. It was straight and fast. It pierced through the void and left a black mark in the air. This move was completely out of everyone's expectations. Swordsmen focused on cutting through everything with their sword in hand. There was a black thread between Su Yueshi's index finger and the sword. It was that black thread that allowed Su Yueshi to have absolute control over the sword. The sword turned into a sharp black light. It was extremely fast and shot towards Chu Mu. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Chu Mu as if it was going to pierce through him. The black light contained a power that confused the mind. It wanted to interfere with Chu Mu's judgment and make Chu Mu hesitate. Chu Mu's soul power was very strong. His mind was very firm. He was not affected at all. Seeing the black light flying towards him, he raised the sky/sword. Under the control of Tsuyoeshi's finger, the black light quickly changed. It avoided Chumu's sword and slashed towards Chumu's neck from the side. It was fast, fierce, and merciless. Suddenly, Tsuyoeshi stretched out her finger again. The black sword light that was slashing towards Chumu's neck suddenly trembled and split into a second one. Under the control of Tsuyoeshi's finger, it appeared behind Chumu and stabbed forward. All of a sudden, Chumu was attacked from two sides. In the previous battle between Tsuyoeshi and Lien Hongyan, it seemed that Tsuyoeshi had used her full strength. However, she had held back a lot, whether it was Lien Hongyan's refining cloud 9 tribulation sword or Tsuyoeshi's sword silk control technique. With the sky/sword in hand, Chumu did not dance wildly. Instead, he casually attacked with his sword. However, every sword attack contained the essence of Chumu's swordsmanship. It constantly blocked the attacks of the two black lights and quickly approached Tsuyoeshi. Chumu had attacked a few times. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that he had unique strength in close combat. Tsuyoeshi also saw this point. That was why she used the sword silk control technique to attack Chumu from a distance. Since she wanted to keep a distance, Tsuyoeshi could not let Chumu get close to her. She stretched out her third finger and shot out the third sword silk. Immediately, the black light split into a third and attacked Chumu from a third direction. The front, left, and right were all attacked. Chumu was delayed. The sword silk control technique is really powerful. As expected of the Devil Queen's successor, Great Emperor Bosu said. The Devil Queen was also a great emperor. The title of Devil Queen had been passed down since ancient times. Tsuyoeshi was the only successor of the Devil Queen. Compared to the successors of the great emperors, Chumu's means were still too little. This was his weakness. However, his advantages were also obvious. He cultivated both chi and blood. His absolute strength was not inferior to the successors of the great emperors. His sword intent was amazing, his soul power was strong, his swordsmanship was brilliant, and he had mastered the power of the Zhentian style. That was why he could contend with his opponents and not be at a disadvantage. However, Tsuyoeshi, who had used the sword silk control technique, was controlling 3 black lights. Each one of them was shockingly powerful and carried a strange fluctuation that disturbed one's mind. They couldn't be underestimated, so Chumu could only carefully deal with them. If this continued, it would become a competition of endurance. Seems like I can only use the dual sword technique, Chumu thought to himself. With a thought, the imperishable sword flew out from his body and appeared in his left hand. With 2 swords in hand, Chumu's strength increased greatly. He slashed the black lights with his left and right swords and crossed them. The cross sword light broke through the sky like thunder and shattered the black lights in front of him. The sudden change caused everyone to be shocked. Tsuyoeshi was also shocked. She never would have thought that Chumu, who was wielding a sword in each hand, would have such a clear increase in strength. She wanted to condense a third black light, but it was already too late because Chumu had grasped the momentary opportunity. His strength exploded and surged to the soles of his feet. Under the high-frequency vibration, he used inch step, causing a powerful impact with the ground. With a boom, Chumu crossed his 2 swords and slashed forward. The cross sword light was the vanguard. It tore through the air and pushed Chumu's speed to the extreme. It far exceeded the speed of sound and approached Tsuyoeshi. Tsuyoeshi's expression changed slightly. She used the heavenly devil phantom body movement technique and became erratic and unpredictable. Every step she took had a strong power to confuse and disturb the mind. At the same time, she called back the heavenly saint sword, which turned into a wisp of black light and surrounded her. Seeing that the sword silk control technique could not do anything to Chumu and that Chumu was still close to her, Su Yueshi quickly reacted after being slightly surprised. She used the Heavenly Demon Phantom Body Technique and the Sky Demon Sword Transformation Technique at the same time. A sturdy Heavenly Connecting Sacred Sword under the Heavenly Devil Sword Transformation Technique became a black belt of light that circled the surroundings. Circle after circle, it was endless, causing Chu Mu's violent attacks to be completely ineffective. They were completely blocked on the outside. Under the Sky Demon Sword Transformation Technique, the sky-piercing Saint Sword turned into a black light belt, like a snake. Not only did it continuously dissolve Chu Mu's attacks, it also waited for an opportunity to counterattack Chu Mu from an incredible angle.